surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Registry of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Registry of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Registry of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit.
What's up?
Champion
Big
pretty
shout
much
out to
two-time
everybody
best
out
in
there.
show,
Shout out,
two-time
see
gamest
ya.
in show. Going hard's Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
What up? What up? Guess what? It's Talk Shit Tuesday. What up, everybody? Let me run down here and see who all we got out here. Big shout out to everybody out there on the back street. Big shout out to all my people in the Shark Tank. Y'all know what time it is. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. All my people on the back street, y'all know what time it is. Roll them up, get that drink together, sit back, relax. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Not a wrong or right answer. Just trying to see where your head's at. Now, tonight's show, I mean, pretty much everybody understands the situation. You know, everybody should know about the BOLIO dogs. You know, BOLIO was actually born in 1969. So you got to kind of look at that whole time period, and we still talk about BOLIO today. Now that's a big spread. The reason we brought it up and thought it would be a good conversation, because that's just one of them things that has, you know, for us living through our time, and then to be living in the now time, and those dogs are still, you know, we still talk about them. You know, like the Jeep, the Eli's. I mean, there's a reason why we talk about them. You know, guys wasn't living back then in the time period, you know, when he was active, or some wasn't even around when, you know, when Pat Patrick had him. But we were around in that time period where his breeding program was starting to make, you know, noise. And, you know, the BOLIO, you know, I say BOLIO, I like the way Schoolboy do it with BOLIO, but the dogs made noise, you know, and if you kind of got to understand, when you're dealing with these dogs, we always talk about certain traits. And there was a certain traits that came with those BOLIO dogs. You know what I mean? They was, you know, some people say they was dumb, but no, BOLIO wasn't a dumb dog. BOLIO was actually a very intelligent dog with a whole lot of air. He had a mouth, and he knew how to kill you. I mean, back then, I think Mo would know more than I do. I know I read about him in Rowdy's match. You know, Rowdy was kicking his ass for a whole hour, and then all of a sudden, you know, BOLIO still in there doing, you know, hanging in there, and 2 hour mark, BOLIO was finishing him. Yeah. But when you talk about those dogs and the kind of competition it was back then, you know, competition to me was like a lot stiffer, because not everybody had the American Pit Bull Terrier. You know, they wasn't like it was, they are, you gotta forgive me, y'all. Hay fever doing his thing now. But, you know, to me, back then, the right type of people had their dogs at that time. You know, the right type. Not everybody had them, but the right people, you know, had them, which made competition just a lot harder, because, you know, you didn't have, like, in our case, when we came into the game, look at the people we was messing with. We was the newbies, but, you know, how come we didn't run into other newbies? No, we ran into you know, these big time dog men. And it stayed like that. You know, as we grew up in the game, that's all we was running into. Things got a little bit watered down as, you know, we move into the future. But as far as the quality of the dogs back then and before our time, I can see why it was rough. You know, if you go back and look at some of them old journals, you would see some good kennels matching up, you know, and when you got good kennels going against each other, somebody's going to lose. You know, and that, you know, really how you graded a kennel based on the type of competition they created, you know? So I always thought that to be talking about Bolio, even now today, you know, are the traits still there? Now the poll question, time has been the best representative when it comes down to that poll question. Because Maurice Carver, I believe, yeah, Maurice and I think Eddie KLAUS, they was responsible, you know, they kind of raised Bolio. So when Maurice tells, and he tells Pat Patrick this, you know, that those three dogs, you know, those three bloodlines, Bolio, Jeep, and Tombstone, you know, regardless of them three crosses, those mixture of dogs, you know, create some of the, you know, best killers. Well, imagine when he said that way back then. And look what time has, look at all the time that has passed. And we still talk about those Bolio dogs. We still talk about the Jeep dogs. We still talk about the Tombstone dogs. Great conversation if you know the history. Because are those dogs the same dogs now that they were back then? Are we grading them and looking at them when we grade them, we're looking at what made Jeep, Tombstone, you know, the names that we can talk about. And that trait, what made us talk about them, does that still carry on when we start talking about Bolio dogs, Tombstone dogs, and Jeep dogs? We've had plenty more breedings in all that time period, but you know, there's not too many breedings that you can't look in a pedigree and find those dogs. You know, and does, based on history, was Maurice right? You know, can't go back and change what has already happened, but it don't hurt to talk about it. But I'm gonna leave that for Mo to dive a little bit more into. What I'm gonna just open up with is, man, the American Pit Bull Terrier is not like, you know, the Rottweilers, the Malinois, the German Shepherds. These are totally different dogs, fellas. And I just been watching, you know, how, you know, when somebody get in trouble and then they come in and then you hear these stories, they found the medicine, they found the treadmill, they found the APBT papers. They might even find a book, a breaking stick. You know, just the normal shit that you would have, a treadmill. I mean, shit that you would have, you know, having these dogs. Now, we have Malinois. You know what I'm saying? And they have shot collars, just in case they act crazy. You know, sometimes they're unpredictable dogs. To me, they're worse than a pit bull. Yeah, they smart as hell, but they're very unpredictable. And being that way, they have to wear shot collars because we understand their predictability. Regardless of how well they trained, you know, when that clock click, you better have complete control over it, or something bad's gonna happen. But you don't see Malinois running around the neighborhood biting people. You don't see that on TV nowhere. But pit bulls, they got that, they got that stigmata about them, that having a breaking stick, like we have a shot collar, right? We carry breaking sticks when I walk my dog, and I think every man should have a breaking stick if you have your pit bull. Now, I don't see why a breaking stick would be considered dog fighting paraphernalia. And then having dealt with the court system, and I'm just saying this because y'all know we have on 2 occasions. One, we end up winning. I had to go all the way to the Ohio Supreme Court just to get that one overturned. I think that's Ohio versus Bayless. And then, the other one when they raided the yard. Now, here's our dilemma, fellas. Our dilemma is, first of all, you got the ASCPA and whoever that person in Washington comes down and think they know everything. That they can just take a breaking stick and make it paraphernalia, or take the medicine. You got 4 or 5 dogs. See, I have a little Maldoodle and a pit bull. I guess if they come in my house and they see my medicine and my breaking stick, that I guess that I'm considered a dog fighter at this point. You know what I mean? Or something of the sort, because again, I have a Maldoodle. My little Maldoodle and my pit bull live together. And my Maldoodle is older than my pit bull. They coexist. But because of that breaking stick, does that make both of them fighting dogs? Or, how does that work? Well, when you're dealing with these dogs, you have to really understand the law. Yeah, they might come in here and be able to say, I got fighting dogs, and even say that my Maldoodle is a fighting dog if they choose to say so. You can look at my worm medicine and my Panicure. Remember, I heard them say something about the Panicure for the swine thing. I guess that meant you're supposed to be a dog fighter too. But again, I'm looking at that whole situation like, okay, I'm hearing them say these things. And I guess the average person who don't know no better, they fall for that shit. Like it's really a crime. Because you had a breaking stick, I got warming medicine. I have a couple things of warming medicine. For heartworms, for roundworms, how we treat it. I have medicine for my little one. She has some Dynovite because she has skin problems. But they can walk in here and just say anything. And walk out the door with my dogs. The problem I have with that is because I've seen that done. I've seen them take our whole yard and killed our yard the next day after they got them. For no reason. But I always wonder, how in the world could you wind up killing dogs, but then have a trial and be found not guilty of everything they accuse you with? Everything that they said you were supposed to have done, a jury found you not guilty of. So that meant you killed all those dogs, and for what reason? Look, this court system is so screwed up. My brother's wife was found guilty of all those charges. And she had a lawyer. check this out. She found guilty in front of a jury, and she had a lawyer. To where even the judge didn't even know what she was actually guilty of. And he said that. And this is prior to my brother's case. Prior to. She's guilty. Judge don't even know what she's guilty of because everything in her case is based off of what they accused him of doing. Nothing that she did, but everything that she thought she was supposed to know that he was doing. Okay. So judge decides he's gonna wait until after his trial to figure out, you know, what's what. Now, the reason I bring this up, because she had a lawyer. My brother fired 6 lawyers. 6. Now, 6 lawyers that where we had to have a better chance of winning the case pro se than the using a lawyer. We started out, you know, this whole thing, paying a lawyer, and the first thing they want to do is plea bargain some crazy shit. Well, at the time that he was paying this lawyer was giving him the run. Well, I call it giving him the runaround because who gonna take a plea deal for something that you know you didn't do wrong? And the plea deal was like, I think 15 to 20 years. Who does that? I mean, that's how we was looking at it. And at that point, you fire that lawyer, and so now you got that money's gone. So now the judge, he's appointing all these other kind of lawyers. Because being that we spent the money, he's making the lawyer that we, you know, the law firm that we had, he's making them, you know, represent him. And I guess that law firm, they was kind of upset because the judge was making them do it. But in the case that my brother was not happy with them, that after going through, I think 4 of them, the judge went on and let him off the hook. And now I think he did a court-appointed lawyer. Now, lawyer number 4 was a lady. She came in the same thing, with the same thing. Actually, she came in and said, you're gonna, you know, you're guilty. Just take the deal. That's what she came and did. I don't think she lasted two weeks. Okay, so she was immediately gone. That was 4. Number 5 came in. He came in, you know, didn't know much about the case. Actually didn't know much about the law pertaining to the dogs anyway. So I guess when they get their little police report, it's like watching the shit on the news, y'all. You know how when you see the shit on the news and they start saying all the crazy shit, the screwdriver, the hammer, they used to beat the dog, a pellet gun to shoot the dog. I mean, all kinds of shit. Dogs was in a bunch of feces and puppies and all that other shit. That shit sounds crazy. But let me being a witness, and what I say, keep cameras. They say that same shit, that same thing that I'm always hearing. But the thing that they did not realize, and I guess because they feel so freely of doing this shit, that everything that they were saying and accusing, like the dog was living in shit and all that other shit. Well, my brother, you know, I told you, we kept cameras on the yard. So every morning, you know, the cameras would catch him every morning, getting up, doing the same routine. Breaking up shit, feeding and watering the dogs, going in the puppy pen, cleaning out the puppy pen. Now there's cameras around everything. So you got all of that going on, and that's your evidence. But nobody wanted to see that evidence. I mean, as far as lawyers were concerned. This is why we held on to it. Because that's our evidence. If we can't sit here and tell you that they're lying, and I got a lawyer, and I'm basically looking at the lawyer, I hear what they're saying, but what proof do they have? Where's their proof at? The burden of proof is on them, not me. When I come down to me having to defend myself, I gotta know what I'm defending myself against. And I'm hoping it's not just a bunch of hearsay. So when I hear these crazy things on TV and how people just automatically, you know, they just think we have a reason to panic. Let me explain something to y'all. They can come on your yard and take your dogs just because you got dogs. That's it. They can come on your yard and take your dogs just because you have them. I mean, because when they do that and they can say whatever they want to say, who's supposed to defend you? My thing with that whole problem was, after 6 lawyers, they could not convince us that we could, you know, that they could defend us. So we put in a whole lot of time and a whole lot of effort. And the last lawyer that we had that we did not like anyway, but the judge told him all he had to do was be there for help us through procedural matters. Our motions, our objections, our questioning. That's what that lawyer sat there for. Just to make sure we had everything that we needed to be able to proceed in that trial. And I just felt like my brother was facing 30 plus years, you guys. 30 plus. They done killed his dogs already. So no, he was already, you know, I don't know how y'all be taking shit, but we be dead ass serious when we be talking about this shit because we see it. Just because somebody sit out there and say that, hold on fellas, I gotta do something. Sorry about that, I had to fix my camera. I felt like just because, you know, they say these things and the trouble you have to go through and everybody panics. I mean, it's enough to panic because if you think about the day it happened and how it happened and the 3 years passed and you're all on the news and everything and all that other shit that happened, we know what that felt like. We know what it felt like to keep firing lawyers because, you know, nobody's really trying to, I mean, I'm thinking, you gonna pay a lawyer who don't want to believe what you're saying or don't know what it is to be a dog lover. Have no idea, no clue. They just, well, they said this and they said that and, you know, all of that other shit. You know? It's almost like in the trial, fellas. Now, one of the pieces of the evidence was, you know, we had, you know, dogs have, you know, when they get sick, babesia, parvo, stemper, you always want to hydrate the dog. You know, if you really want to ever have to say your dog, you need to have a bag around, you know, because sometimes you got to intervene and, you know, put that shit in them, man, to keep them hydrated. You know, we have saved many dogs by having that kind of shit. And when you had as many dogs as we had, you know, you needed to have all that shit on hand. But in the process of having the bags, you know, and with them saying with all the different uses they had it for, the weight harness to go around the neck, the weight harness, you know, we walk them with. These are things that we went something just simple. We went to I think it was called Vet Backs. And you go to the Vet Backs, they had a magazine. You pull up the magazine and you see the weight, collar. And you see the harness, the weight harness. Okay? And then, Journey, when you pull up that shit, it's going to give you a description of the weight harness and the weight collar. And at no point in that description did it ever mention used for the purpose of dog fighting. It wasn't there. The breaking stick. Okay. How do you use a breaking stick for the purpose of dog fighting? Well, you could possibly use it for the purpose of dog fighting if that's what you're trying to say, but who's to say that the reason you got it is for the purpose of dog fighting? There's another explanation of that, because we are talking about a pit bull. You might have control over your dog, but what about the poor little dog that's running around, or the other dog that happens to just run up and nobody's got control of them? And I know if my dog go to get eating on that dog, then I need to get my dog off that dog, because my dog is going to eat that dog alive. So I have to have something to save the other dog. That is not for my protection. That is for the other dog's protection. So now they have to weigh, well, that makes sense, because we are talking about a pit bull. Probably everybody on that jury kind of felt that, simply because they've done seen it at some point or somewhere. When a pit bull get on something, supposed to have this big powerful bite, how are you going to break this dog off? That's the breaking stick. And you already know about the, so we went over the medicine, the medicine was all, that was even more crazy. But because of the steroids, I could see why they tried to use that. But in order to get the steroids alone was illegal. But to associate the steroids to the dog fighting, they first had to get the dog fighting part together. See, the equipment, the paraphernalia, you had to go after each individual piece of paraphernalia. The other thing that killed them, the big chest opener. Now, true enough, I've been around a lot of dog fights, but I've never ever known that there was actually a chest opener. And in the prosecution, they did try to explain why we use this chest opener, what they thought was a chest opener, in the process of dog fighting. Now, I know there was 12 people over in that jury who had no idea, and they would have took her word for that shit. Just like they'd have took her word for that damn collar, like they'd have took her word for that harness, like they would have took her word for that breaking stick. She probably would have got that off. Because the first thing I'm wanting to know is, how the hell is that thing right there being used as a piece of evidence and being called a damn chest opener? What lawyer let that come into evidence? Because once they tag things when they come into evidence, and ACC item 1, what is ACC item 1? Well, that's a chest opener. And that's what they had called it. That's what they came up and presented. So I'm just looking at the 12 people on the jury, they probably believe that shit too. But then you go back and get the Vet Backs book, right? Because now it's, Mo's trying to cross-examine her. And this is the vet. This is a vet. Worked for the county. State vet. And she's the one who made that comment. And handed her that damn same Vet Backs magazine and say, what is that item right there? You know, and that item that was in the book would look just like the same item that when the prosecutor asked you and your experience and you all yell this and yell that and all that other, all that big time experience, go ahead and tell the jury what that picture is. Now, does that picture look like the piece of equipment that you had? And she had to sit there and, you know, yes, it looks like the same. It looks the same. Could you please tell the court what it says that piece of equipment is used for? And she had to tell the court, you know, just a dog ear clipping thing. Can you imagine the look on the judge's face, the prosecutor's face, everybody's face in there, that we are actually right here in a trial? And this is a piece of evidence that y'all are actually trying to use, and she don't even know what the hell it is. But you're using that piece of equipment as a piece of equipment for dog fighting. So this is the kind of shit I'm trying to tell you. 6 lawyers in, and a prosecutor, and a judge, and this shit is sitting on the table as evidence in a trial. A chest spreader. The damn weight collar. The harness. The braking stick. The treadmill. All this is supposed to be paraphernalia, but yet you can go out, any one of us can go out and buy a weight collar, a weight harness, a braking stick, some ear cutters, and a treadmill, and the warmer, and the Ivermectin, and the bags for intravenous, and the needles, everything it takes for you to maintain and take care of your dogs that you love so much, you can actually go out here and buy. But you tell me that I know, and y'all know, why should we have to defend ourselves when it comes to stuff like that and you paying somebody? That's the other part I couldn't get. Y'all out here paying these people, and they pulling shit like that, and then have it all over the news and everything. But you know, think about it. If you think about it like I think about it. Remember, they killed the dogs immediately. When that chest spreader thing, when that chest spreader turned into some ear clips, you know, yeah, you already know they got away with it in his wife's trial. But remember, like I said, remember the judge kind of let that go because he don't know what she was guilty of. But now we get a chance to find out. So we over here, and this is what's happening over here. Defending yourself, pro se, because you can't pay nobody else to get down here and do it. But you can't just let this shit just happen. You can't be afraid to just let this shit happen. And if you sit back and let it happen, it's going to happen to you. What happened to the dogs who was all in the shit in the water? We at trial. Why do this video look totally different from what y'all got over there and y'all charged him with? What y'all got up right there and what y'all saying is totally different than what this is. And this the day of the raid. Oh, ain't that y'all truck pulled up? Yeah, that's your truck. Hey, when they looked at them cameras and said they must not even work. Oh. Yeah. Stand right there, look up at the camera, and then act like the cameras didn't work. Oh, not only did the cameras work, the camera had sound. So this is why we be pressing the cameras, because all the things that they thought they could get away with, all the things that they said, and we're at a trial fighting for 30 years of his life, and you bring all the evidence to contradict everything that they're saying. And then when I say contradicted, I'm talking about in the worst way. Remember, we told you they tried to put the journal on the stand. No, that's a publication. Judge doesn't want to hear it. Hell, that's like bringing in a movie, you know, Scarface and BMF and all that. I mean, hell, they even try to use what a rapper says in a song against him in trial. But then who's to say what he's saying in the song is true or not? That's left up to debate. We fought the fact about the damn journals, and they had their little big ass book full. Why? Because it's a publication. You don't have the author of this book, where the information come from that's in this book. Nobody testifying but you about this book. Your Honor, how can he be the sole person that's talking about a book and there's nobody else to question on that book but him? That's inadmissible. Okay, that gets the book. Oh, but he gonna still bring the book on trial time and thought he was gonna walk up there with the book. Like, fuck what the judge said. Oh, he defended himself down there. Fuck him. I'll object, Your Honor. You just told him about the book. Judge told him, didn't I just tell you about that book? I told you couldn't use it. Now, I don't even want it up here. Made him take it off. I mean, not just set it up on the thing. He didn't even want it up there on the stand. These are the things I got a chance to see for myself, fellas. A man defending himself. And I'm watching the total disgrace to this justice system convicted her on, tried to convict him on, find him not guilty. I think it was 30-something not guilties. And I mean, look, they even have some pictures of dogs that wasn't even on the yard. We never seen these dogs before. Didn't have no idea. I mean, we got video of the yard, Your Honor. I mean, where do you see that dog that they're presenting in here as evidence just all scarred up anywhere on these videos? That dog is nowhere in none of these videos, but they're using it or the pictures. How did this dog get in here as evidence? There's again, got to question what they doing over there. Look what it led to. There go another lie. Let's talk about the puppies. Puppies, you know, all living in shit and everything. But there's a camera right there watching my brother take out the puppies, clean the paper, and even got them going in the same pen that he had just came out of. But pictures of the puppies on the news in clean paper. Yeah, well, they had a picture of the puppies on the news on clean paper. But at trial time, they had the picture of these puppies, and it looked like they had shit all over them and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what they had when it came down to the trial time. Them pictures, I mean, but then that was a sucker move because those are the pictures that you threw out there in front of the jury. But let's go back to your own news. You know, the whole news thing when you had the puppies there. Look at the paper. Stop the video. Look at the paper. That's clean paper. Let's go to our video. Look at the video. Oh, that's same paper. Now, how did the dogs go from this shit right here in our hands and all of a sudden they get in your hands and look like that? Good question. Because how is that possible? The jury's sitting here watching all of this. The jury even sitting there when the Mo asked the damn vet lady, why did you kill the dogs? She almost fell out. Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Betzel did that. I didn't have nothing to do with that. But isn't it true that in the state of Florida, the vet is responsible for euthanizing the dogs and not the dog catcher? But I had nothing to do with that. He did that. With no court order, no nothing. The reason I had this conversation with y'all, remember I said this game ain't built for everybody, because it is not meant for everybody. The dogs are not meant for any and everybody. And just because you have these dogs, you're going to have yourself skeptical, that being dealt this bad hand because you have them. And they're going to portray you to be the worstest person in the world. And then to take and kill your shit, and you're the worstest person in the world. And you're going to stand by and just let that happen? Well, I'm going to tell you guys. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. That's what the cameras was for. Love your dogs because you have the right to love your dogs. Live by the disclaimer. It's okay. Because you can do all that and they still gonna come and do all that dumb shit. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Because you have the dogs. But you have a right to own and have these American Pit Bull Terriers. And understanding that and knowing the way these times are, you need to understand the law and protect yourself by all means necessary. Because they're going to do what they do. That's the government. They're going to say what they want to say. But does that make it true? There was 12 people that sat on that jury. There was also 12 people that sat on his wife's jury. Based on that same evidence, they found her guilty. Based on that same evidence, they found him not guilty. What was the difference? She used a lawyer. He went pro se. Why did it take him to go pro se? Because he couldn't depend on a lawyer to do what needed to be done. Because that same lawyer, 6 lawyers in, y'all don't know that damn chest opener is an ear clipping bracket? Y'all didn't know that you could buy a treadmill online? Y'all didn't know that the vet people, they sell warmer and bags and everything to take care of these dogs right online for any kind of dog? It didn't say it's especially for pit bulls. For dog fighting purposes, this is, how can this be paraphernalia when you can buy it online? You can buy it out of the magazine. These are the conversations that you start having when you're sitting in front of a jury, because the jury's looking at the situation like, well, that's another way of looking at it, because how do you know they was using for the purpose of dog fighting? It's a collar. That collar could have been on a German Shepherd. The same type of collar. It didn't say that they were selling that collar for the purpose of dog fighting. It's not in there. So what proof do you have that it was used for the purpose of dog fighting? There was none. The chest opener, there was nothing. It's not a chest opener, it's an earpiece. All these things that they found wrong.
Talk about the scars on the dog.
Oh, this is another one. The scars on the dogs. Okay. I mean, there was a little one. I think was that Powder? Who was that? Was there blood? Xena. She had a scar on her. Okay. Roger had, Raj, he was, you look at it, you can see his pictures. Roger had a couple, he was scarred up. But Roger's too old. Look. Roger's supposed to be a match dog. Well, Miss Vet Lady, you examined Roger. How old was that dog right there? What's the age of that dog? Oh, he's about 7, 8 years old. Would you consider him like a match dog? No, he's too old to be a match dog. By looking and examining that dog, do you know how long them scars been there? Them look like old scars to me. Well, how do you think they got there? She had no idea. Could have been for dog fighting. Well, ma'am, we're not talking about your experience. Dog fighting can be dogs getting off the chain, accident on the yard, another dog attacking them. Do you know, is there any way that you can look at that dog, or there's something out there that you can say that those scars came from dog fighting? And she said no. She can't tell you when? No. You can't tell me where? No. And you can't tell me how? No. But you can't say that he's too old to be fighting, to be a dog fighter. That much you know, based on your experience? Yes, okay. But you get 6 lawyers and they can't figure that out? On the basics? Now, I can imagine what we would have did if they had came with us with talking about this hammer was used to make dogs fight. No, the hammer was made because there's dog pens with puppies in them to build that pen. What seems more reasonable? Beating a dog to make it fight, or building a puppy pen that you just pull the puppies out of? Let's be a little bit more reasonable about it. And thank God for credit cards, because if you want to put that in the question, well, here's the material to actually use to build the pen. But no, they didn't get that crazy with us, but they did get crazy as far as the water. The dogs didn't have no water. I thought that was crazy, because how in the world does you have a video with him feeding and watering the dogs, but then when you take your videos, there's no water in none of the bowls? Video got a timestamp on it. Video got you on the yard. Your picture don't have no timestamp on it. And the picture ain't you standing there with the dog and the bowl. At that time that we see there's water in the bowl. These are the things that I want to bring to y'all's attention, to how serious this situation is. Because you have to be willing to fight for your rights. I don't understand why people think it's a bad thing to register your dogs. Let me explain something to you. You can be a murderer and you're still gonna have to have a birth certificate. You could be a murderer sometime in your life and you still gonna have a driver's license. You can still be a murderer and you still gonna have to have a social security number. So in all places and all things in life, you're gonna have some type of documentation, regardless of what you live and how you live in life. This is the way this dog game works. This is the way this dog game works. People can say what they want about the APBT, okay? Just like people can say a whole lot of shit about the SPCA. Saying is all, that's just a bunch of talk. You can, like they say they little bullshit and they got their little expert. In APBT, they got their little expert over there, APBT, regardless of what they can say or what they use. That's just a front for dog fighting. Okay, but then guess what? The APBT also goes out and they do shows, and the APBT also got show cards. So let that fight be. If this trial right here, the APBT gave you a list of all the dogs that we had registered with them and their show cards. There's nothing else to be said. Unless you have proof that the APBT could, have supplied you that these dogs was used for the purpose of dog fighting, or they were registered for the purpose of dog fighting. Because if you look at your APBT papers, you're going to get a name and a number, the owner, and the breeder. And that's about it. So I don't understand where you guys think papers is gonna kill you. I don't know where having a treadmill is supposed to kill you. I don't know why you ain't walking around with a breaking stick, regardless of what people might say or think. You better have that breaking stick, because it's gonna be a whole lot worse if it be something happen and you don't have one. So I would always love to be prepared than be unprepared. See, I'm not one for that shock treatment. No, I'm not in favor of that shock treatment, because I don't understand when they killed my brother's dogs and they got up on that stand and got caught lying couple times. Perjured themselves clearly. And we made it a point. He lied on that warrant to go up there and get those dogs. Why did we know he lied? Because there's the camera. Listen to what the police officer said. Cameras don't even work going in. Oh, but yes, they do work. And it heard you. And you falsely got the warrant. Let me tell y'all something. Not one individual with all that we put them through, for putting us through what we did, not one of them was ever charged for perjury, falsifying a legal document to obtain the warrant. All this came out in the trial. And they still found my brother guilty of baiting and steroids, an old bottle of steroids. And I think a dime bag of weed. It was on the fireplace. That they left on the fireplace. And then the judge still called him a dog fighter. In the end. But my brother said, I never said I wasn't. The fact was, at the time of this incident, I wasn't. And so that's why when you see my brother talk, he stands on something, because he never stopped being what he said he was. You know, hell, they had a psychiatrist, they had them, everybody, you know, them as his warriors. I mean, them dogs that's his family. And we had goddamn psychiatrists all up in the damn thing. Tried to make him like he was crazy. No, he's a vet. He's a military vet. He's a Marine. He's a double dog. For those who don't know what a double dog is, it's the Marine Corps bulldog. And thank God we had 2 Marines who was on the damn jury, but did that help? I'm pretty sure they had a whole lot of input, because they kind of felt where we was coming from. The lies didn't make it any better based on their end, but how would the jury would have known that they were lying if we didn't have what we needed to defend ourselves? See, it was their job to find us guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. They could not do that based on the evidence we had, and we didn't have to work that hard for the evidence. We didn't even have a defense, y'all. Didn't call one person to the stand. Didn't have nothing except for every witness they put on the stand, we went after. That we didn't even have to put on a case. This is what I am saying. These dogs aren't meant for everybody now. Just for having a pit bull, you are subject to be ran through the mud. Just for having one. They will say and do any and everything to make their case, but let me explain something to you. Just because they say it does not make them right. And that's my point today. This ain't about fear factor. This ain't about running from registering my dog. I'm gonna register my dog because it's my right to register my dog. How about that? I'm gonna have a damn pit bull because it's my right to have a damn pit bull. How about that? I'm gonna do whatever that my rights say I can have, that the law says I can have, and I'm working within the law, and it's my right. I have the right to do what I want to do. There's nothing in the law that says I can't have a treadmill. There's nothing in the law that says I can't have a journal. There was nothing in the law that said I can have a collar or the stuff, the medicine to take care of them. Actually, the medicine to take care of them, it took a damn vet to stand up there and say for as many years that Mr. Bates has been doing these dogs, he could damn near be a damn veterinarian himself. That was his vet, my brother's vet, that they brought up on the stand. We didn't call him to the stand. They brought him to the stand. Like they were supposed to use him against us. But they put him up there. But when we come down to questioning him, he couldn't hurt us. Because he knew all the years that we've been dealing with him. He knew I taught them pretty much everything they know. They've been doing it long enough to hell. He don't take me unless it's something serious. And that was their witness. So my thing to you guys is, look, I'm not for the shock treatment shit. I don't fall for the shock treatment because they're going to do whatever they want to do regardless. Y'all just listen to what I'm telling you. It ain't no trying to just, don't do this, don't do that. No, I'm not the one to tell grown folks what to do. I'm going to tell you, exercise your rights. Know your rights. Stand on your rights. Because they can come regardless of what you do or say. But you have to be able to defend yourself against what they do and say. Now, if you're out there doing wrong, when you got, doing some wrong and you out there doing wrong and one of your boys out there snitching on, then you got to deal with that. That's what you got to deal with. That comes with, doing things you don't have no business doing. That's what you got to defend yourself against. But in the same token, you have a right to own a goddamn pit bull. A couple of them. Yeah, they changed the law. Some on chains, some in cages, some, all kinds of these crazy laws. But again, let's think about it. They can't just make a law for the pit bull. That law has to go, if it's for the pit bull, it's going to be for the German Shepherd, it's going to be for that Rottweiler, it's going to be for that Dome Pinscher, it's going to be a lot for all dogs across the board. And when they don't try it, if they put that distinction about trying to be different about that particular dog, then you fight for your right because that particular dog is no different than any other dog, and that dog is a dog just like all these other dogs. Sometimes you got to fight for what you believe in. And that's what I'm talking about tonight. Because again, I'm not one for the shock treatment. Yeah, I know what it feels like. I'm not just sitting here trying to be like a motherfucker that don't know what that shit feel like and what it look like. I'm not trying to be that person. I can actually sit here and tell you and be dead up on, ain't taking no goddamn plea bargain, and gonna stand on what we did and how we did and how it turned out. It ain't made up. And then the reason I say that because maybe that not maybe how we did it is not for everybody. But think about the ones y'all spend y'all money and still get found guilty. Like I feel for my man that Triple J and them was talking about, I can't even remember, but he got all that time and he paid for a lawyer. He was one of them that the dog shit in the house because it got shook up. He was one of them that the damn screwdriver, when the news said he was using the screwdriver to do something with the dogs or some shit. A screwdriver. A hammer, it was on the doghouse somewhere. You probably used that for some other crazy shit. I mean, all these crazy things that you hear people say. And they found that man guilty. And he had a paid lawyer. See, those things I don't be understanding. Because when it is against the law to have a pedigree, the law states you cannot sell a dog or a puppy for the purpose of dog fighting. There's a law that says that. I'm just trying to understand. But all you guys out here selling puppies, what paper, what legal document did the law require you to give that person when you sell them that dog? That you can certify and verify that that person did not buy that dog for the purpose of dog fighting. Because I haven't found that document yet. As far as I can still see, it's still something that they can say, but still something that they can't prove yet. But I'm pretty sure like they did us, they would stand up in front of a court room and a jury and say that shit and think they're gonna get it over. Well, I'm still trying to, what evidence do you have that I actually sold this dog for the purpose of dog fighting? When I clearly state these dogs will not be sold or sold for illegal purposes. That's what I got. I didn't do a background check, and the law don't require me to do a background check on anything that I sold somebody. It's like buying a car. Once they sell it to me, it's my car. If I go out and kill somebody, they're not going to go back to the dealership and go tell them that this man that you sold this car to just killed somebody and you're responsible. But if you're inside of a bar and I'm serving you drinks and you go out and you kill somebody and you're drunk, I can understand why they can come back to my bar and arrest me because I sold you them drinks. And at what point in time did I not know that you were drunk that I kept serving you? See, those kind of things make sense because guess what? There is facts about that situation. The fact is he was drunk. The fact is he killed somebody. The fact is you were the one serving the drink. Remember, see, you can tie all that in together. But get me to understand how you can tie a person that I sold a dog to and he goes out there and he's out there fighting dogs and I knew that he was going to go be out there fighting that dog. I knew this. There's no way. There's nothing on our papers that you can justify and say that I sold him that dog for the purpose of dog fighting. Or I bought a dog for the purpose of dog fighting. Unless, just unless, somebody knows that you bought that dog for the purpose of dog fighting. Was you talking on the phone? Was you talking on the phone and you had that conversation? Because believe me, if they say it is their job beyond a reasonable doubt to prove what they said you did. It's your job to make sure that they don't have that proof. And my thing about this whole falling out, you know what I mean, you know, it's not worth having these dogs. And well, it's true. Because this shit here will break a family. This shit here will morally tear you down. This shit here, nobody ever paid my brother back for all them dogs we lost. Nobody never paid him back for all the hardships and the lies that they told. You would think that after that trial, you would have thought that that should have been on the front page. That should have been on every news, you know, like when OJ got found not guilty. The goddamn United States of America went divided immediately. The country was totally divided on a not guilty plea. I would have felt like the country should have felt like that when they found my brother not guilty. The dog gang should have been in an uproar. all them damn charges, killing all them dogs. Where in the hell was the SPCA when they kill all these damn dogs? Where they at? Give me a reason why you would kill all those dogs, and this man was found not guilty of dog fighting. This man was found not guilty of all them charges that had anything to do with them dogs. Where was y'all at? Where's the animal cruelty in that shit? Did you just kill dogs for no reason? Where is that at? Where are the charges for that? Because we can prove that case. We got a better chance of proving that case than the case you had against us. Where that case happened at? Where the prosecutor at? Oh, I forgot. She was crying at the end of my brother's case. Yeah. She was so mad at the veterinarian later in Betzel that it like it just hurt her feelings. She was that hurt. I had no sympathy for her because all that bullshit that she was responsible for, all those lies that she was responsible for. I understand that's your job, but the law is the law. And somewhere in the law, there's supposed to be some kind of damn truth. And it don't always work out like that for us. There's too many of us that went to jail for shit that we know we didn't do. It's so easily in this thing that we call law. But sometimes you got to pay attention who's doing the fighting for you. And I just want y'all to understand, you know, you have a right to have these dogs. And it depending on how far you want to go to have them, know the law. Protect yourself. Live by the disclaimer. And then take it from there. Because I just truly believe a person who love their dog and know their dogs and into these dogs, like we've been into these dogs all these years, you're going to always be your best lawyer. And I just believe that because I still ain't found a pit bull lawyer yet. But one thing for damn sure, I know what worked for us. And maybe y'all don't think our case was all that big, but all you got to do is Google it. It's out there now. I think his wife was the first woman ever convicted of dog fighting in the United States. The first. Convicted? Yeah. And look how many charges she got convicted of. And she didn't do shit. And she still has that on her record now to this day. So I don't believe in that thing called justice when it comes down to these dogs because they not playing fair. Because it's just us, remember? Just us. But if they ever come, I'm just telling you how to deal with it. You know, because again, you still have your rights. And unless you take up for yourself and stand on your rights, you are going to be skeptical and liable for whatever they say. And I know it looked bad when my brother was on the TV. It was bad. But see, they had an interview with me, right? Right after that shit happened. They was interviewing me, and I told them then, I said, all that they saying is a bunch of lies, and I can guarantee you he's going to get found not guilty. They should have ran that article. They could have ran that all the way back when he did get found not guilty. They should at least put that back on the news. How his twin brother did tell us. He did say it then. He made a prediction then. They didn't even run that back. But these are the things I talk shit about because I see everybody out here trying to do right, but I see they don't have a plan on what look like. What's going to protect you from these people doing whatever they want to do? What's out there to protect you? There's no petitioning or nothing. Ain't nobody doing none of that. Y'all still skeptical to the same bullshit that we went through. We openly sit here and we on this show, we strictly tell you what our past looked like and what we did in our past. There's nothing for us to be ashamed about when it came to our past. I look, you know, I go back and the reason I say that so confident, I go back and I look at Atlas Brewer and how I met Atlas Brewer and who Atlas Brewer actually became. I think he did become the mayor of the city. Just like I knew Sheriff Powell. He was a sheriff of the city. I look at all these guys. Dr. Kimsey Woods. It's a doctor. You know, I think Reverend Abernathy. I mean, I'm just saying, I think he was Rev. I don't really know, but I'm thinking. Okay, Abernathy, most say Abernathy and Rev, but I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know what everybody did, but I know a lot of damn professionals out there. And I don't see nobody running around feeling ashamed about what they used to be. I understand Fat Bill, how he feels about it, but I think he still has the love of the dogs and the hatred for the people that was in the dogs. And he has every right to feel the way he do. That's why, you know, that part I understand his feelings. I can't say that because we didn't have nobody come up and testify against us. When our situation happened, you know, there was nobody to bring up there because there was no communication. There was no nothing. So what they had to deal with, they just had to strictly just deal with us. And I'm not gonna say nothing. You know, my wife, me and my wife, what are we gonna sit up here and say about my brother? If y'all last check, we still got, I had pit bulls back then. Am I a dog fighter too? He ain't taking shit off my yard. Yeah, I had no business taking shit off his yard. I don't think they really knew about my yard. They didn't know about my yard until after they hit his yard. But by then it was still too late. What's on my yard that you think you got the right to take off my yard? I know you can't come into my house. You know, so these are the things I see a lot of guys talking about, you know, the now and all the ways to do the right thing. Well, that don't work, and it will never work until you guys pull together and start believing in what the now looks like and what you're expecting out of the now. Because what's going to end up happening when you stop registering your dog and stop doing all the things that makes these dogs who they are and what they are moving into the future, there's not going to be any dogs. They're just going to be just like, I would say, the average old Doberman Pinscher. So it was a time when Doberman Pinschers and Rottweilers that came from different kennels, you know, kind of signified you had some great dogs back then, you know. We had great dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Doberman Pinschers that came from great kennels. You could talk about these kennels and everybody knew these kennels. So when we started having puppies with these dogs and they knew how our dogs was bred, you know, everybody, you know, knew they was getting some good dogs. They knew what they were getting. But then once everybody had Doberman Pinschers, everybody felt like every Doberman Pinscher was supposed to be the same type of Doberman Pinscher, and then all of a sudden you get a bad name, you know, about the Doberman Pinschers, just like you got a bad name about the Rottweilers, because now everybody's owning these dogs, and these dogs are not for everybody. And then they start out here biting and chewing up on people, and all of a sudden they got bad names. Don't that work for every breed, though? I mean, every breed goes through that. But they still exist. But no breed goes through it more than the American Pit Bull Terrier. Now, right now, I don't see no organization coming in to save you. But I'm not the one for the fear factor shit. I'm the one that's going to stand there to fight for your rights. Live by the disclaimer and exercise your right to have these dogs. Because that there, if you get enough of y'all doing it, of course something's going to change, because y'all are going to get together and make something happen. But I done lived in this world long enough, and I know I run business, so I know what business look like. I know what it takes to get certain things done. And until I start seeing them kind of things, my belief is just like anybody else who knows business. Oh, they just talking. Oh, they ain't gonna do shit. And that's how I be looking at it. He'll go try to find a lawyer. He don't even know the law. You're gonna have your ass hung out to dry. See, there's certain things that I believe you need a lawyer for when it comes to being a criminal. But if somebody just gotta let me know, is there a dog lawyer actually out there that understands the law when it comes to these dogs, to where you can eat some of the dumb shit that they actually say and do to make them liable? Because I ain't seen one yet. And I know damn well we don't have no law degrees, but if that's all it took was this to tell the truth and showing them that they was lying, anybody can be a lawyer. That's what I'm saying. You know why you got that medicine there. You know why you got that warmer there. You know why you got that treadmill there. You know why you got that collar there. You know why you got that harness there. You know why you got that breaking stick there. And it's not against the law to have it. And when they start doing that type of shit, you got to be willing to stand on it. Because I don't think you need to pay somebody $15,000 and $20,000 to tell them something that you can say for yourself. Because you just have to tell me, you can say it all you want, but you have to prove that that collar that I bought offline is used for dog fighting. It's dog fighting paraphernalia. You just got to get me to understand how in the hell you can come up there and tell me. Because I got a treadmill and this shit right here that I'm fighting dogs, and it's used as dog fighting paraphernalia. I got medicine. No, why am I going to pay somebody $20,000 to tell the obvious when I can do that myself? And stand on it. There's no legal jargon in there that I got to figure and find my way around by just telling the damn truth. And the truth really does work when the damn lie don't make no damn sense. Because half the time they lying any damn way. Y'all know that. Come on now. I'm gonna turn this over to Mo, man, so he can go ahead and get started. But then that was my word. You know, this talk shit Tuesday, you know, I'm just gonna open up and just talk my shit today. I feel a certain type of way. All this damn don't register your dogs and fuck these people. I've been said fuck these people. But I'm not on that fear factor shit. It's the fear factor shit that's got them around here doing what they want to do any damn way. Try standing up for your rights. Get your cameras loaded. Get your damn conversations, your cell phones on deck. You notice they don't like to be recorded, y'all. There ain't no police. But it's always good to have some type of information to catch their ass, because you know what? They got a hard way of trying to figure out how to get out some of the shit they find themselves in. And even though they might not get in any trouble for it, like I said, they lied on the stand, they did all kinds of shit. Which one of them got prosecuted? Which one of them had to face some time? Which one of them got fined? Which one of them even got reprimanded? That's just how that shit works. So does that make it fair? No, but I ain't worried about them. I'm worried about me. Like you should be worried about you. You can't be worried about the next man until you get your part right. Because you got your part right, like we knew we had our part right, we could help the next man. How can we help the next man? Because we experienced and this is what we did. And I'm telling you, this is what they'll do. I'm telling you, this is what you need to be prepared to do. I'm telling you, don't be afraid to fight for your right. That's where we at with the conversation. Starting off, going hard, reloaders. Goddamn twin one has spoken. Y'all might not like it. But it is what it is. Practice what you preach. Stop talking about it and be about it. That's where I'm at. S2W, baby. It's on you, Mo.
What up, everybody? Shout out to the professor, Mr. GARCIA, aka Schoolboy. What's up, big bro? I'm too busy, man. Now, we did a show not too long ago. You know, I was talking about Tater. We're gonna go back a little further. We even did one on BOLIO. You know, but we didn't really go into the in-depth of BOLIO. You know, I went a little with Tater though. You know, Tater, he played a big part in a lot of these dogs. But BOLIO, he was a key factor even in Tater. That's what we're gonna go with today. I'm playing with some of that today. Get my computer up. Then we're gonna try to dig into that. Anybody wanna add to that? Anybody wanna do some inputs and things like that? You know, just call in and you're welcome to shout out. What you lose, money? All right, fella, while he doing that, let me get the poll question. We got 105 people who have taken the poll so far. Thank you, everybody who has taken the poll. Poll question was, Maurice Carver said BOLIO, Jeep, and Tombstone are the best crosses to create the killer cocktails. We have 58% that says true and 42% that said false. Again, appreciate everybody who take the poll. Thank you. Hey, if you haven't already taken the poll, don't forget to take that poll. And if you haven't already done so, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thank you all for all coming out. Hey, Mike, you said it was true and false? What's the numbers again? 58% and 42%. He said Jeep, Boomerang, Jeep, Tombstone, and BOLIO. That's a three-way combination. You saying put them together or just crosses? Crosses. Mix it up, cross it any kind of way, you're going to get something. Okay. Well, I'm going to try it. Look on your phone. I sent you. But I know that's my paper. I printed it off. Yeah, you just took it off my thing. See, mine got both sides. There you go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
we're going to do some investigating. First of all, let's talk about Bolio. Bolio was born in 1969. He was raised by Maurice Carver and Eddie KLAUS. Bolio's parents was famous. KLAUS is Zeke and KLAUS is Goldie. They said they were both tremendous bulldogs. Bolio's pedigree is dense in fact, and his veins flow the blood of champion Fitzwater's Goldie, Ferguson's Centipede, Carver's Judy, Carver's Black Widow, registered married, Carver's Champion Little Rascal, Carver's Spider, registered married, Carver's Champion Lasso, Grand Champion Turan's Rascal, Tudor's Diabo. Check, mic check, yeah. Hey, maybe you need to move this mic because it's like right there in my face. Okay, I was left off at Tudor's Diabo, Tudor's Goldie, registered married, Tudor's Grand Champion Blackjack, registered married. Hines was Champion KO, Hines Champion Tony, Hines Colonel, registered married. Heinzo's Amber, Annie, registered married. Harper's Bounce, registered married. Harper's Champion Jimp, Cavino's Jimp, registered married. Cavino's Shorty, registered married. Fly Panama, registered married. Kobe's Champion Trig, and Kobe's Pincher, registered married. They said Bolo got all that in him. What you saying?
I had you up on the screen already.
Let me go back.
Put your picture back up there.
What picture? Me?
Yes. I had the pedigree. Right there. Back up.
Man, what is this dude doing? Okay, I'm gonna pull up Bolio. Let's see all this stuff in there. As we can see, as he's ratting them all off, there they all is, bunch of great dogs. Go back even further. You know, we've been through all these right here when we start talking about the dogs. Remember, this is not Patrick yet. You know, this was going on before Patrick got his hands on Bolio. Work was already being done. You notice, see how well they're bred? You ain't got a lot of color in there. You got to read a little bit and study. And you'll see top and the bottom work hand in hand. And it's basically the same formula that we be talking about, you know, it's like not like we did something new. This in itself, and this is what produced BOLIO. So even back then, there's no way in the world you're gonna tell me these dudes wasn't dealing with some type of information when it comes to papers and understanding the breeds. There's just no way. Maybe some of the stuff wasn't bred like this, maybe some of the stuff wasn't bred like that, but one thing for sure, when you look at the dog and then go back down to the pedigree, and you see a formula, well, if they had to fake a formula to put on him, it sure made it look good, because that is definitely a formula that worked. You know, and that's just him before Pat got him. Major player. Now let's go down through some of these, y'all, and let's see if we can get that BOLIO Tombstone Jeep. I wonder if they ever put that together. One thing we can definitely speak on, when Pat got him, if you still notice, look at that out. If you still notice, that's a total out coming in, but look how it's bred. Oh, there's definitely a formula there. Definitely a formula there. Now, who was the major factor in that cross? Look at the dogs from that cross. Let's go to some major ones, ones that we know. Major players that we know. Producing, bitch, definitely producing. What was the key factor in there? Hey, you got Hank as a match dog, and you got a producing bitch. Hank turned a lot. Very frustrating dog to handle in the box. But he had a formula. A formula that still kind of matched up with the bottom of BOLIO. Not as much as the KLAUS stuff, but the BOLIO stuff really did line up with the Hank stuff. And I like these Burroughs dogs. I like what she was putting off, because it was the genetics, man, that really made that stuff really work. I mean, there's no way we can sit there and say that these dogs was not put together. It has the pedigrees has to play a part. Now, my question to him would be, if it was me talking back then when he said Tombstone, Jeep, and BOLIO, I would have been asking, did that mean we can take the Jeep part of it and use the Eli? Is that what you mean? Because tell you what, when they crossed that stuff with that Eli stuff, whether it was Bully's son or Eli Jr., that's about closest to Jeep you want to see. These was killers. Yeah, they was producing these them little boiled dogs. That was stuck in. There was a lot of great dogs that was coming out of this shit. We went over a couple of these our last show, looking at Bull. You know what I'm saying? Right hand man and all these dogs. There's no way you can tell me. Look at the genetics. Look at the dogs. And these dogs was rough-ass dogs. Had them out. They kind of put you in the mind of Bolio, the way they say Bolio was. The Bolio was a very intense dog. He liked to fight, extremely able and very intelligent. Said he had a lot of strength. Said he had a lot of air, and he would not slow down on his pace. Very strong, and he moved around the ring like a dancer, taking down his adversaries. Not only did he have a killer mouth, he liked to go on the head and the nose of his opponent and then finish him off in the throat. Now that's Bolio. So you know that he was a smart one. Bull's dogs was pretty, they was almost like that too, especially Bull. Bull was just a beast. Bull, he stepped off, he was a beast. What up, big bro? Hold on. We got the professors chiming in. Okay, big bro, you there?
I'm here. How you guys doing?
Big bro? Sounding good, sounding good.
Salute, and salute to the chat. Thanks to everybody for joining in. First, I want to say, Mike, that was a great intro. On point, and I couldn't have said it better.
Thank you, sir. You know, I always find it a pleasure when you say that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, keep it rolling, man. Keep it rolling. Yeah, that's a good topic, Bolio. I'm familiar with it. It's in my book, too, in case anybody interested, from my point of view, anyways, you know. And the thing with, you know, you bring up Hank, you know, Hank bred the red baby, like you showed on there, Dirty Mary, Angel Face, a couple of other. And what you have is, with red baby, you got the Bolio KLAUS. Bolio is almost 3/4 Black Widow because it's got her sister in there too. So that's right. Heavy Dibo, plus with the spiked Black Widow and all that. When you throw the Hank in there, Hank is heavy Dibo as well.
Right.
Just different dogs, a different way of going. So that's why it clicked. And I think, you know, you were mentioning, you know, why did Carver say that? I'm guessing that he was going more on the Honey Bunch side, right? Than the Eli side, which the Honey Bunch side has Dibo in it too. Plus the Finley's bow is Colby blood, so you have that same cross, Colby Dibo. And I'm guessing because he, you know, he died about the same time, or right around the same time that Feet was retired. So I don't know if he ever got to see him go, but he knew that blood, you know. And I'm guessing because the Honey Bunch, she was so prolific that's where his focus was, not so much on the bully son or Eli.
Okay. So he just liked the honey bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's my guess anyways, you know. It's like you know, he started out using the Eli stuff as a cross, and then he got more heavy on it, but he always kept that original, you know, Ed Crenshaw, the Kobe Leitner stuff, you know, moving forward with the Arts Missy and Boomerang stuff like that. So it started out as a cross. It worked, and like any good breeder, he was going to keep it in there through Rascal and, you know, Stompanato and all that, you know.
But they were able to produce so many of these great dogs, you know what I mean? That's what, like, look, we barely talk about Lee's Reno.
Right.
But that's the kind of cross almost like he was talking about, ain't it?
That's why it was done. But again, like I have said before, whether people realize it or not, what they're doing, you know, they don't necessarily think in their mind, I'm going to copy this guy. And maybe Boyles did. I'm going to copy that same pattern. But what happens is they make those breedings and it works. So whether they do it consciously or not, they're going to do the same thing over and over again. Because you're right, that's Reno and Bolt Action and their sister Red and Mr. Rogers, you know, the same stuff. You got Eli on the top and heavy Dibo, whatever on the bottom, you know, with some clouds. And there's other stuff in there. But those other things in there are just catalysts to allow you to move forward. So whether you breed Bolio to KLAUS, or you breed Bolio to Jeep, or you breed Bolio to Eli, or the white dogs, you know, like Grand Champion Snaps or whatever it is, it allows you to move forward and you can stay focused on the Bolio side. And you can do that with any bloodline that you, or your family of dogs, whatever you consider your foundation, or whatever bloodlines you want to keep going. You keep that as the mainstay, and you throw that other stuff in there to allow you to go forward. So, I mean, he was there's probably several dogs off of him that people haven't heard about, you know. And I'm not sure if I was on the last show you had on Bolio, but it's always interested me that I love to talk about it, you know.
Right.
It was a little bit different than the other stuff that was out there, you know.
Right, because
he was a little bit smarter, a little bit faster, you know. Great air, very intense. That matches up with the Bully Son and the Jeep, the intensity. They're like that, two screaming demons, and just come wide open.
And that's what I was I'm noticing as I go down through all these dogs, and I'm still on this I'm on Dirty Mary, and the dogs, it just really came up off of her with the same concept.
Exactly.
And that's the interest. Yeah.
And like I said, for good reason, because it works. So they're going to keep repeating it over and over again. It's the names change and the dogs change, you know. Look at how many dogs she produce, you know, and just like maybe, you know, Tudor and Carver to a certain extent kept Black Widow in there, and a lot of people after them. That's why they call them Zeke Black Widow or Spike Black Widow or Divo Black Widow or Lucky. It's heavy Black Widow, right? That's what Boyles did with Dirty Mary. He's all through his pedigree. Even if he made an outcross, like Queen of Hearts, there's no Dirty Mary in her. Right. It's the Bolio on top, Boomerang on the bottom. But then they took that stuff and bred it to the Dirty Mary stuff.
Right.
You know, they bred that stuff to stuff off of Mr. Rogers, you know, Cherokee Chief and Dirty Mary. So it's the same concept or pattern, and they just keep it going, you know.
Now, Bobby Jr. brings that killer instinct in there that they was talking about with BOLIO. Would you?
Yeah, that finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, the finish, because that's what they're known for, you know. And you know, we got to look, you know, take into account that some of the peds ain't right or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's the dog theirself.
Right, but when the pairs line up with certain things that, you know, like you said, traits mean a lot. No,
right.
We ain't there to try to figure out the paperwork. We're trying to accept the paperwork with the dog that we're looking at, because once we like it, we're gonna look at the pet automatically. Now, if the genetics gonna fit, and I'm gonna tell you that Queen of Heart was like the perfect. One of the main examples that I thought he was correct on when he said Boomerang and BOLIO.
Right.
Because that was definitely a good connection. And then we got Andy capping on several other dogs. Because that Bobby Jr. threw a lot of good dogs.
Yeah.
But then when you say...
And you're right. You know, you got to follow the dogs. The traits matter. We can only go by what the pedigree says, regardless of what anybody said. That's all we can go by, what it says, right? But if you're looking at the traits, you know, from what talking to boils and seeing dogs and having dogs bred down from Bobby Jr., their style is a BOLIO style. It's not the other style, whatever people think it is, you know,
right,
or whatever. They didn't have that style. They had a BOLIO style. So, you know, that could be coming from Bobby Jr.'s bottom side, regardless of what the top side is.
Right.
And as far as that goes, it don't matter if it's different, because he represents a BOLIO type dog.
He's triple bred BOLIO, and then the bottom of Queen, she's triple Boomerang. In the first 4 generations, we got triple BOLIO and triple Boomerang.
Yeah.
And that,
right.
that
and those Boomerang dogs, that's some of the cream of the crop. That's
yes.
and Zeb and, you know, Sweet William. You know, those were real good dogs. So you're taking the best to the best and making that combo, and it's good. It should work. It's going to work. You know, there's a 90% plus chance that it's going to work, because of the individuals you're using,
right,
or that are in that pedigree, just going dog for dog, you know. And then with the Boomerang stuff, you know, same with Art Smithsy, she's Boomerang's sister, you know. It's heavy Colby Dibo. So you know, that goes back way to the 1910s or whatever it is, you know. Or not 1910s, but the 1950s. With the Colby goes back to the 1910s or 1800s, but the Dibo in the late 50s, you know. And it's just a pattern that's repeated over and over again. So, like I said, whether Boyles realized it or not, he probably did. I'm not saying he didn't. But anybody making breedings, eventually you're going to come to that. You're going to use what works as it shows you dog for dog, and the patterns are going to be the same. The breedings are going to be the same. Like Hank, like I said, he's heavy Dibo. All that Usselton stuff and all that De Cordova and all that is, you go back far enough, you see Dibo all over the place.
Yep, just like when they took Art Smithsy and they added that Eli to her. You got a lot of great dogs out of that stuff, man. You got Bully Son being bred to her, produce some shit. You got Stompanato being bred to her to produce some shit. You got Monkey Dog being bred to her, she produced some shit. Damn it, she wasn't producing dogs. I mean, she's right. Lopez's Buster, Snooty.
Yeah.
You know?
All that. She's right up there with Black Widow and Honey Bunch and
yes, sir.
And Dirty Mary. She's at that level, you know. Because whatever way they breed those bitches, they throw. You know. They even bred Dirty Mary to some Dutch Boy Jr. stuff. It worked, you know. But again, it's the same pattern. Heavy Eli to Dirty Mary.
Which still ends up to that Tudor Dibo stuff, right?
Still end up that way. Yeah. And you know, he's famous, and rightly so. But what's more amazing is he wasn't bred that much, and whole bloodlines, whole breeders base their dogs off of him. Just top flight dogs, you know.
Right.
And that's what's amazing about it. He wasn't bred like for instance, Jeep was bred probably 70 times. You know, according to what's online, and Mayday and Frisco, they were bred over 100 times, you know. And you have Dibo with all that production, and he was probably bred 10 or 11 times. That's it.
Well,
that's a big difference, man.
They said Pat bred Bolio like 90 times.
He could have. He very well could have, you know.
And that was just Pat.
That's why there's some dog during that period where he was stolen and being hidden out and all that, and he finally made his way to Patrick and all that. They made everybody who had it made breedings to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't say because he was a stolen dog. So there's dogs out there that have him as their sire that people know about but couldn't say at the time, and the rest of the fraternity didn't even know, you know. But I would bet if you saw them go, you know that's a BOLIO dog just from their style.
Right.
It's very distinct. And there's nothing like it.
I mean, even Snooty looked like a Bolio dog, though, don't he, though? I mean, when you talk about Snooty, he looks like that red and white when they was crossing those dogs.
He's just thicker. But as far as the markings and even some of the structure, you know, the way his front feet come down straight, more straight than together or bow-leggy like that, you know.
Right.
That's a Bolio trait too, you know. From the elbow, it shoots straight down. And if you look at them face forward, from their shoulders, the legs kind of go straight down. They don't go inwards. They don't bow out.
That's true.
Know?
That's true.
So there's the commonality even in the structure, you know.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I'm checking that out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another question. Without these pedigrees, could we have ever seen the past produce these type of dogs? What do you think? I mean, just imagine, do you think it could have worked without the papers, literally?
Yeah. Conceivably, you could see good dogs, but you wouldn't know how they're bred. Like, you know, that's why the pedigree matters so much. You know, regardless of what people say, me, you, anybody, everybody wants a freaking pedigree. It don't matter. They could criticize. They could say it don't matter. You know, and I've made it clear over and over what I mean when I say the pedigree don't matter. If the dog ain't no good, the pedigree don't matter.
That's true.
If the dog is good, the pedigree matters. And some people take that out of context, you know, to mean the pedigree don't matter. Hell yeah, it matters. Tell me who, even these people, you know, online or whoever it is, that say the pedigree don't matter, put a picture up. I guarantee you one of them will say, how's it bred?
Exactly.
Where's the ped? Where's the ped? What's the ped look like? They want to know. It's just, you know, sometimes people, they just follow the trend, you know, so they got to say the pedigree don't matter. Yeah, it matters. You know, I'm doing a whole section in my breeding book about how much pedigree matters, you know.
Okay, I done pulled up Bull Boy Bob and see, he's back on that KLAUS shit too. Now, remember, we just seen the same KLAUS stuff work. Where was that at? We'll see. I think that was Red Baby.
That's in Red Baby, the bottom side.
Right. So he used the same concept. He used Bolio and the KLAUS on Red Baby, and he used it on Boy Bob.
Right. And the thing with Red Baby, she's heavy KLAUS on the bottom, right? But she's also got the Henry blood in her through Tacoma Jack and all that. Right? So that's the English side. the KLAUS stuff, the OFRN side, which KLAUS had a lot of that, is in there. But the cross in Red Baby on her bottom side is the Tacoma Jack stuff. It's English dog. So you have the same thing, English bred with Irish. That made Red Baby, even though maybe it's only a quarter English. Right?
I see at him here, yeah.
With Little Boy Bob, with Tuffy and Tater and Faith and all them, you've got the heavy KLAUS stuff.
Right.
Along with some Hubbard's Bounce, which is behind Dibo.
That's true.
And Bambi, Heinzel's Bambi, which is Dibo's mama. Right?
Yes, sir.
The Little Boy Bog, you know, Tater and Faith, they're heavy KLAUS stabber. He was a 4-time winner and a, you know, great producer and all that. So somebody keyed, you know, KLAUS and later on the Allen brothers keyed on KLAUS stabber.
Oh yeah, because that was a triple bred stabber. Goldie was Patrick's Goldie was triple bred stabber.
Right, and you go to Tater and Faith, you see stabber in there 1, 2, 4 times. You know. So that's how you key on an individual like that. You put them on both sides of the ped, here and there. It don't have to be inbred and tight bred and all that. You just make that individual the focus of your breedings. And you do that by following the traits. So if these guys were doing like what I'm talking about, they're breeding dogs off a stabber and down from stabber that have his traits. You can do that with any dog.
Then how you think they came up with the triple bred shit? Now, that's what I'm asking. How you gonna give me a triple bred dog, stabber dog, if we're playing with we're not playing with the pedigree? Is it possible to happen? That's what I'm asking. Because you notice I've seen triple bred here, I've seen triple bred there.
Yeah. It would be like I said, how would you know? That's almost impossible to know if you don't have it fucking written down somewhere. So someone could say, yeah, you can do that. How would you know?
3 or 4 times.
How would you verify it? It ain't gonna happen. It's just somebody, you know, talking bold or saying, you know, I don't know pedigree. Yeah, you do.
Because you don't need to.
Right. If it was so important 150 years ago, why wouldn't it be important now? Them guys that we talk about were competitors, and that's all they cared about, and that was true.
When I get aggravated,
they still wanted pedigrees. They still registered their dogs. They still
I don't have no problem.
stole, you know. So they weren't dummies. If they did it 150 years ago, why wouldn't we do it now?
That's right.
And them guys, you know, some of them dual registered, triple registered, or whatever registered. Even Pete Sparks, he had his dual registered with what became the ADBA. He had them registered with the UKC, and he registered his pit bulls with the AKC too,
right,
as stats. So yeah, it's important.
But that's what I was saying. You know, will we to try to do that without the registry today? Without nobody registering, is it the possibility of having these triple bred dogs, unless the kennels that are, you know, you would have to be a complete breeder to really understand what I'm on.
Yeah, highly unlikely. Because, you know, like we mentioned before, you know, a lot of the original dogs had unknown breedings, unknown pedigree, right?
Right.
But once they started breeding them, that's when they started writing down the pedigrees and keeping track of them.
Exactly.
Because they knew at some point, we got to keep records of this shit. So we may not know exactly what's behind them, but from this point forward, they kept record of every damn dog they bred.
That's the point I'm making. Right there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's why I use them as an example.
Because
if they did it, why wouldn't we do it?
Right, because there's no way you can produce a formula without it, to me.
Without it, yeah. How do you know? Even if someone thinks in their head, if they don't write it down, and someone thinks, I know how my dogs were bred, that's been proven after several years, you forget.
Yes.
Just in regular conversation, I'm talking to people, these old guys, and they'll tell me, yeah, the dog was this and that. No, wait. No, I think it was this. I think it was that. I'll have to look at my pedigrees to make sure, because they can't remember off the top. There's so many dogs. How are you going to remember each one? No, this was a litter mate to that. No, I'm sorry. He wasn't the litter mate. He was the sire. You forget. So what kind of dummy is not going to write it down, you know? That's just people, you know, they want to sound smart or important, or they want clout or something that they know a lot, you know? There's no way you're going to remember.
Because,
and like I said, everybody kept pedigrees. Even if they didn't register the dog, you still wrote it down. You kept track.
Because it would just be no way. It just wouldn't be no way. There's no way. I mean, there's a pattern in the pedigree. If you're keeping records, you notice in mostly every grade dog we pull up, there is a formula. And I just don't understand that for a person who says they can't use a pedigree, they don't need a pedigree, that you're going to have some type of formula that's going to succeed in getting the results that we have gotten through all these years of keeping the records of what we got up to this point, even if we don't even know if it's true or not. The dogs speak for the pedigree, personally.
Right, yeah, you're right. It's not going to happen. And not only that, having that pedigree, and you know, when you're making your breedings, you know, your future breedings, you're doing it at the time, you have to know your pedigrees to figure out which way you're going to go and which dogs you're going to use.
Exactly. You got to.
So you got to, you know. So, you know, like me, I used to write my pedigrees in advance. If the dogs made it, I filled in the blanks. If they didn't, I threw the pedigree away. But there were certain ways that I wanted to go with my dogs. And if it proved out to work, then that's the direction I went. If it didn't, I went a different direction. So even in that sense, you need to know how your dogs are bred. You have to keep pedigrees to know which direction you're going to go.
Now that cross, when they took Tombstone to Bolio, you know, that was another good cross. The double Bolio going back into it to Tombstone.
Yep.
That's
again, you have Tombstone, heavy Bolio. I mean, heavy Daibo.
That's correct.
You know, Tonka and Crash, Champion Snubby. There's several of them. I think they had like 13 wins and 1 loss, 1 game loss in the litter, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, with good reason. It's very rarely that something happens by accident. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And what you have is the you know, heavy Bolio on top with a little bit of, you know, PR stuff, you know, that's insignificant. And then on the bottom, you got the Bolio, you know, more Daibo with some Colby Lightner bred to the KLAUS Stabber stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's another good one. Now I'm looking at them and I'm seeing, you know, the way they cross Bolio and the way the direction that it actually went, because it really did go several directions. Bolio took off in several directions.
Yeah, which speaks to his ability to produce. You know, you can take it every which way. In some ways, it's a total cross that has worked before. In some ways, it's loose line breeding or tight line breeding. And they even did some inbreedings, you know. But you could almost go hit all kinds of different ways, you know.
I'm telling you that Bolio tombstone shit was some nice cross, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that Bolio
changed
bread,
the
the
game,
bony
you know.
macaroni, boy. They was on some nice ones. Handsome.
Yeah.
Handsome, damn good looking dog. Look like a buck dog. They're damn near.
Yep. It changed the game, and I made a video on it because it was a different style. And it was a counter to all them rough dogs that were coming out that they had to deal with, you know. You deal with it two ways, a certain style.
Yes, sir.
You deal with it that you got the same style but a better dog, or opposite, the contrast, like a boxer versus a puncher, like that. Ali versus George Foreman or Joe Frazier or Ernie Shavers, you know, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go either way, you know. Just what do you like? What kind of dogs you like? You know, that little Ronnie dog I got from Boyles, he was heavy Bolio, and he had an out of the Hammond's blood, you know, Hammond's Rufus to Selma.
Mm-hmm.
So that out is got Dibo in it too. So it's, you know, that's why it works. A lot of times there's commonality, different dogs, but commonality in the back. Even if you have to go quite a ways back, you see, you know, the same dogs, same patterns.
Yeah, I done pulled up. I'm looking at Champion Lewis Princess off of Indian Bolio and Faith. And Faith was a double bred stabber dog herself.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying, though, schoolboy? I mean, when you got these dogs out and they're not coming out of just 1 yard. I mean, well, Patrick had a whole yard of this shit. But the understanding and the crosses to do that, we know it's a fact that they knew that Bolio crossed with that KLAUS shit. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And they laid on that a
so
little
you
bit.
have it. Yeah. So you have it, you know, different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Patrick did it a couple of 3 different ways. You have people that got them afterwards, did the same thing. You have like Butch Kinzenbaugh. That's basically what he ended up with. You know, he had a lot of heavy KLAUS dogs. So what did he use as a cross? Bolio. That's what a lot of them are. You know, early on you have Indian Sonny. He crossed a Bolio to the Corvino that he had at Eli. That's what Bull and Aunt Jane and Rowdy, you know, Rowdy was a 6-pounder. You talked about him.
Right, uh-huh.
So there's a lot of different ways you can go with it. And that's all people do is just continue forward doing the same kind of stuff, you know. Maybe throw something else in there, but that's just to get you to the next generation. But the same patterns, you know.
Mm-hmm. Now that was the G part I haven't found, but that's why I was asking. You think he was kind of, like you said, more on the honey bun side of the conversation? But I don't think I've seen one of them. Well, I can say that yeah, we did, because when we started using like the Stone City stuff, when we crossed it with the Mayday stuff, it did work good with Jeep, but there's no tombstone there. Am I right? I don't think I found no. Like in our crosses, we got Stone City, Mayday. Okay. You know that's gonna be heavy Bolio.
Right.
But then we got Jeep in our shit too.
Didn't Mayday have Tombstone Red Baby in them?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then speaking of the Honey Bunch and Boomerang, my friend out here, because the same thing, he saw what these guys are doing, and he's gonna repeat it. So he bred Bolio, you know, his Bolio female to a heavy Jeep inbred male. And then he had a heavy Boomerang female, and he bred it to that same inbred Jeep male, and then he put the two together. So his were basically Jeep, Boomerang, Bolio.
Dang.
And I think them dogs only had 1 or 2 losses. And you know, from the two that I remember, one was real game, the other one quit in hour 25. But you know, probably had, I don't know, 10 or 13 losses, something like, I mean wins, you know. So yeah, it was being done. And the reason he did the Jeep boomerang cross, because that's what Ricky Jones had, you know, the sire of Sandman and Toot, and then
Right.
this Jeep boomerang, you know. And even though Luke, he wasn't a very good dog, he proved that he could produce, you know.
Okay.
And then the Jeep BOLIO stuff, it just makes sense to do it. Again, you have the heavy divers stuff. Different ways of going about it, but similarity in the path.
Well, I'm down here.
And even Boyles, or somebody that had Boyles dogs, read the Jeep stuff to it. Quinn Gibson talked about that, you know. So it was done too.
Okay, I'm still trying to find. I'm still trying to locate the tombstone in here.
In Mayday?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe they took Tombstone or Mayday to the Tombstone, because people, you know, they'll put, what's that, RBJTR, whatever, bunch of initials, you know.
Right,
Red
right.
Boy, Jocko, Tombstone, Red Baby, or something.
Yeah,
shit,
yeah. You're right. That's what that meant. I'm glad you said, because you know I never knew what that meant, but now I know now.
Yeah. I asked somebody, you know.
Okay, yeah, they did slam it all together now. But
Yeah.
but you can see the resemblance even when it comes down to the color in some of these dogs. You know, I noticed
Right.
the red, the red and white. You know what I mean? The hair mask.
Red nose.
Yeah, red noses.
you know?
Yeah.
And see, you people could say, well, the red nose coming from Red Boy. That's true. But could also come from if they cross the Tombstone Red Baby to Mayday, it could also be coming from the KLAUS side.
Right. True. Or maybe both sides that made it so dominant, because in Buck, it definitely became a very dominant cross. The color did. Very dominant.
Yeah. That's where you're going to see the Tombstone Red Baby if you look up the Hollingsworth stuff, you know, like Hollingsworth Polly or something like that.
Right.
That's where you're going to see the Tombstone Red Baby added to.
Okay, I'm going to go look. Okay, hold on. Okay, Polly and Dolly will let it make sense anyway, so I'll just do it that way.
Okay.
Go to Dolly and just pull it out of there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we got Tonka, Bony Macaroni. Yeah, we got all that shit down in this Hollandworth stuff.
Now you see Tonka bred to Auburn?
Yeah.
Click on Auburn.
Okay, I see my Boomerang. I see my Bully Son.
What's Ginger?
Oh no, let me see. Where's Ginger at? Okay, how's the Ginger? Oh, it's off of Tombstone.
Tombstone Red Baby.
Yep, Tombstone Red Baby.
So that bottom side is double Tombstone Red Baby. And then you have, you know, little Tater, you got Little Boy Bob and Red Baby.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So you see some definite patterns there. Red Baby was Tombstone.
So I would have to say, I would have to agree with him then. Because that mean in our shit that we did have the Jeep. And I can pull up Twister. Twister had Jeep in it through the Budweiser. He worked out good. Yeah, our stuff,
Yeah.
we had G Bennett through the
Yeah.
bruiser stuff and Charlie,
Right.
you know, hat slash.
So yeah. But see, the patterns are the same. They're the same, just different.
Right.
Dogs, you know?
And they was killers now.
And-
Twisted wasn't no joke.
Right.
Bratton wasn't no joke.
Yeah,
You know, our
yeah.
line of dogs wasn't
Yeah.
no joke. So I can understand what he was
Yeah.
saying about that ability. I just think the Red Boy really just made it more, you know, it just really completed it because Yellow was as strong as Bolio than them to me. Well, the Red
Yeah,
Boy was
yeah,
because
yeah,
these dogs can carry that.
And again, if you go by the pedigree, what is Red Boy and Yellow John and all that? It's Heavy Kobe.
Heavy Kobe, you're right. You're right.
So you have Kobe, Divo, Cross.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing. Even when you add the Jocko to it, you have a contrasted styles. You know, Red Boy, Jocko, and all that. But you go into Jocko, and on the top side is Divo
True.
with the Mayfield stuff. You know.
That's true.
Or just, again, you almost can't say it enough.
And I just don't believe they can do this without pedigrees. I just don't believe you can do it without pedigrees. Because as we go through these are structured breedings, schoolboy.
Right.
There's
Right.
no way
And
you're
if
gonna
you
tell me
don't-
they're
if you
doing
don't
this
write it
without it.
down, right. If you don't write it down, how the hell do you know? How the hell do you know? And I used to, believe me, I used to know these pedigrees back and forth. And I could go back several generations on my own dogs, on other dogs, on famous dogs. I can't do that now.
Mm-hmm.
You forget. So, you know, whether they had it on their mind, I'm going to write this down so I don't forget or not, they did it for a reason.
And
You
then
have to know where your dogs are coming from so that you can move forward in the future with them. Maybe you don't want to go too tight on this side. Or maybe you want to put a cross in there so you can move forward on that side. Or whatever it is.
they still gotta go to the next man. They still gotta go to the next man because remember, they wasn't just doing it on their yard. They was going out here
Right.
getting these crosses.
Exactly.
You know, so how, you know what I mean? They had to have that information available to go over there to Jim Bob and know Jim Bob got to sit over there double bread, Bolio, and you know what I'm saying? There had to be a connection to when you take the pedigree out of the scenario, where is the fucking quality gonna end up?
Right. You're right. Totally correct. If you look, most people look at Hank's pedigree, they look at it, they don't recognize the name. They don't, what the hell is that? Then they go back 3 generations. Oh, I see Usselton. And well, what is it? It's Divo. That's why they made the fucking cross in the first place to Red Baby.
Okay, right.
Because it goes with the Bolio stuff. And the cross itself, KLAUS, goes with Divo. That's why they did it. It wasn't no accident. That's why they acquire those dogs. Because they want to make those breedings. And if it works, they go forward. If it don't, they discard it.
Right.
But apparently it worked. It worked. It's almost guaranteed to work to some degree. You know?
Cause that you said that Auburn dog, yeah. Look at her, she bred just like all the rest of them.
Just like all the rest of them. And Auburn is what? She got Boomerang in her, don't she?
Yep. Yep. She double bred Boomerang. She double bred Boomerang.
Double bred Boomerang.
Yep, and then you got Bully Son and Arts Missy.
Bolio Boomerang.
You might as well say triple bred because she got Arts Missy and up there coming off a redneck. You double bred Boomerang, you know, and on the bottom side you got the was it Nansan of a Bully Son and Arts Missy. Boomerang sister.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like
yes,
that.
sir.
So that's another form of line breeding. You're breeding to relatives of the main dog. In this case, a relative sister to Boomerang.
Exactly.
You throw that in there, you avoiding the close consanguineous breeding of inbreeding, but you're line breeding the same blood, just different individuals. That's what they did with Black Widow. In some of those pedigrees, you'll see Divo Black Widow, Spike Black Widow, Kern's Lucky Black Widow, Zeke Black Widow, all Black Widow, but different males. So that's what you're seeing in that. You're seeing Boomerang, Arts Missing.
Mm-hmm.
Or heavy Boomerang with Arts Missing in there. So, you know, it's line bred.
Cause I always say, if you got the bitch and you got to go find the male to breed to, like Hope's got Ginger. Now, wonder what made Hope go searching for Redneck. See, this is the part where guys be looking at the pedigree and don't really pay attention to the effort for this shit to happen. There is an effort. You know, like when somebody come to you for Big Red, they making an effort. That means at some point they had to do their homework to draw them to Big Red. Am I correct?
Right. You're correct. You're correct. And see, Holt had other dogs too. Why is he keen on that stuff?
Right.
It must have impressed him. You know, you don't see Holt's grand champion Booger in there in too many of his pedigrees. You see that stuff, Holt's Redneck and Ginger and all that, and you see Holt's Jeremiah.
Right.
And Jeremiah's bully son Arts Missing.
That's right. So when you crossing Arts Missing and the Boomerang, you ain't crossing nothing but litter mates.
Right.
So the genetics is still the same. It's basically really triple bred, pistol, Miss Fight.
That's it. That's it.
And see, breedings is not really happening like that today.
Right.
Because there's a, to me, it's a disconnect because we don't have nothing to run behind. You know what I mean? We have pairs online and we have Facebook, but we're talking about something totally different than what we're talking about back then.
Right.
Because back then it was based on performance. I mean, we're not looking at no pedigrees here with a bunch of pretty papers on it. We're looking at performance.
Right. Yep. Redneck was a 2-time winner.
Well, they got
Arch Missy was a 2-time winner. Boomerang's a 5-time winner. Jeb and Geronimo and all the 2-3-time winners like that.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to Shiloh, Midnight Cowboy, you know, champions and
right.
Like that. That's how they did it. Everybody did it that way. That was a competitor at least. Going back to the beginning, that's what I keep reiterating. That's how important it was to those people. Because you got to know what you're dealing with. You know, when you're making your breedings. Why are you breeding to that dog? For his traits. Well, what style is he? What build does he have? Does his build match his style, or does he use, you know, does it enhance his style or help him perform? You know, if you got a low, short, squatty dog, you know, low to the ground like that, being a head dog ain't his thing. It would be a detriment. But when you have more taller, rangier dogs, long body, thin waist, like the BOLIO stuff and a lot of the Divo dogs, that helps their performance. And that's what they go by.
I'm really impressed on some of these crosses. But again, I look at them, man, like, you know, one thing for damn sure, that BOLIO Tombstone, man, you gotta love it.
I love it, man.
Man, you gotta love that shit.
Started in Arizona, made its way to Oklahoma, Texas, all through the South, even up into Canada, and also all the way to Europe through Champion Snubby.
Right.
And what did they do with Champion Snubby? How did they breed her? They bred her to Fox Jr., which is a son of Petronelli Fox, who's a brother to Art Smithy and Boomerang.
That's right. Little mate brother.
Across the pond, they're repeating the pattern.
And then they've been.
They knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah. Then they was steady grabbing that Eli stuff. That, you know, they was Bully Son, little Eli Jr. here and there.
Yeah,
you know, like that.
Also,
That's made. They got that in him.
Right, and also the alligator stuff. You know,
Yeah.
King Limey's Champion Spike and Nellis and all them heavy alligator dogs. But what's alligator? Heavy Diable.
Heavy Diable.
Heavy Diable and Carver. Or Carver. Same shit. That's why it works with the Arts Missy stuff.
Well, I guess Maurice.
That's why it worked.
I guess Maurice knew what he was talking about then, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Way back then.
I don't know where I mentioned it, you know. And it's true, Marie, you know, like they say, you give you the cake but not the recipe. If you listen to him or you look at his pedigrees and what he wrote, they asked him, how do you like to breed your dogs? I like to breed them line bred, tight and loose line bred. That's how he bred his dog. So it don't matter what he said or what the pedigree says. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see Arts Missy all through that stuff. That's why you see Eli all through that stuff. And you see, you know, Ironhead and all that all through that stuff.
That's true.
So in that respect, it don't matter how you mix it up. It's the same patterns over and over. So sometimes you got to read through the lines or you got to listen close. What are they saying? Right? And if nothing else, you can go dog for dog in Carver's pedigrees. You know Ironhead's in there. You know Pistol's in there. You know Arts Missy is in there. You know Stompanado's in there. You know Bully Son's in there.
But what good is it if it ain't sitting there? Look, and I say this again. I'm still looking at great dogs. Okay?
Right.
I'm looking at great dogs, big bro. So when you say those names, yeah, he's in there. He's in there. Yeah, I mean, he's in there. But what are we, when we go and he's there and there, these dogs that we're looking at and we're talking about got results. So it's easy to sit there now. You give me somebody that's sitting up there with a pedigree, and only because those dogs are in there, they're trying to tell me they're going to try to stand on the same line as, you know, these dogs that we're talking about. They got them in there too, but these are not the same dogs.
Not the same dogs, because they can't tell you the second part of that equation. They can't tell you that their dogs are based on performance. That's the part. That's the part.
So while everybody's talking about this goody two-shoe shit,
you know, all the pedigrees look nice. They all look good.
They all look good. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Why they out here spending $2,000 on these goddamn puppies because they all look good, and you know their pedigrees look all worth a damn. But I'm asking the question, a major question that needs a good answer to it. This because you said it. They're missing the major equation.
They can't even, you know, getting away from the past, the fighting aspect and all that.
Yes.
They can't even tell you traits of their own dogs and the parents and the grandparents. They can't tell you the temperament and behavior. They can't tell you the athleticism. They can't tell you the prey drive or the finish or the intelligence or how much air they have. That's just basic shit that they don't even know about their own dogs. So fuck all that. If you want to look at that, fuck all that past performance shit. You can't even tell me what's in front of you right now as we're talking. You can't tell me that that's a good athlete, that he can fucking climb trees and jump over tall buildings in a single bound, you know, faster than a speeding bullet and shit. They have no idea, you know.
Well, he looked like
Let's start there first.
Right, he looked like
You can't tell me what the parents did, what the parents' littermate did, what the littermate to your own dogs did, what the great grandparents did. You know nothing. That's why they're asking me, because they don't know, and I have to tell them honestly. If you don't know, I don't know. If you can't tell me, how am I supposed to tell you?
Right.
Now, if you want to go back 4 or 5 generations, 10 generations, I can tell you. Because I know a lot of them dogs. But other than that, I can't tell you about your dog. You're supposed to know.
That's right.
That's the issue. That's the issue, man.
There's a genetic flaw.
Yeah. There's a missing link. There's gaps.
Is. Yes, sir.
That need to be filled. I can't fill them for you.
And the connection is going to be, it's not the same. It's not like we know where they're at. You know, there might be a man over here on the East Coast that got the perfect setup for his bitch over here on the West Coast, but they'll never link up because they'll never meet.
Right.
There's no information. There's no nothing.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
and the proof of that is what? Well, we called dogs off of those famous dogs, meaning they weren't worthy. They weren't included in the breeding program. Off of those famous dogs, whether it's Red Boy Jeep, whether it's Bully Son, whatever. Some of them dogs were called because they weren't worthy.
right.
So if they did that in real time back then, and you're not doing it now, what do you think you're going to get? Now you're back to unknown pedigrees again. The dogs ain't done shit. You don't know nothing.
He bred like that, but he bred good, but
yeah, but that don't mean he
that don't
is
mean
good.
nothing. We get to asking questions coming out of our mouth, you know, they're gonna be like, well, I don't do that. Well, but you're slinging the papers out there like you wanted me to be impressed.
Right. Okay, and they don't do that. How come they don't say that? Because they're not going to say it unless you ask them. Unless you put the coals under their feet.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to say, well, I don't do nothing with them. I just breed them and I raise them. Okay, say that. At least I can respect you for that. I don't do shit with them. Okay. But don't come off like, you know, people don't do that. Oh, the next generation, this is going to change the game. The game pups and these are badasses. These are the future. What? Wait and see what happens. Well, guess what? Sometimes I wait and see what happens. 2 years later, I don't see them dogs anywhere. Them pups that were being advertised, where are they? I don't see them nowhere.
Yeah, I got a whole book of journals to show y'all that.
Yeah, I guess it didn't work out, but then they forgot to tell everybody it didn't work out. They'll make them look bad.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
That's true. That's so true.
And if you're honest, well, shit, we all go through that. We have a bunch of dogs that didn't work out. That's part of the game. That's how the process of elimination, that's how you selectively breed. That's how you test them and all that. So there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everybody goes through that.
Well,
and the best breeders are more selective and call harder than the average Joe.
Well, I'm going to have to put...
They have to maintain that quality, you know?
That's right. I'm going to have to put Bolio up there with Red Boy, man. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to have to throw I'm going to have to throw Bolio up in there with Red Boy, man. You know?
Yeah. Me too.
Because that...
Me too. You know, both are known for their gameness. But there's differences, you know?
Right.
The Bolio more intelligent, they faster, they got better balance. The Red Boy, more solid structure, more durability.
And game as hell.
But they both, and game as hell, both, and you know, they both wild, you know, crazy.
Yeah.
Cases. Huh?
Yeah.
But you know, it's a controlled anger, you know.
Yeah, because I know when I bred the Mayday, I'm gonna tell you, man. Anybody that ever had a Mayday dog know he's hard maintenance. Yeah, it's rough, man. Dealing with them crazy son bitches. They are definitely off the chain.
Yeah, that's an intensity, and the Bolios are the same way.
That's
the
right.
Are the same way too.
So you got that Red Boy, and you got that Bolio, and then you got some Tombstone. All up in there, man. There's a reason why them dogs look like they look when they go off. They had that look.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you see it right away.
You see it right away.
You know, just in their normal state, man. The dogs are focused and they're always looking for. You know, I used to say, you know, they got that confrontation, that combative nature that competitive nature 24/7. That's all they fucking think about.
That's all they think about.
That's all that's on their mind.
Spartans. See, Spartans.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what, Schoolboy?
Yeah, they read it.
The reason I brought up Bolio because I heard somebody make a comment about breeding something back into the Bolio shit to make it smarter. And I never thought Indian Bolio dogs were dumb dogs.
They ain't. That's one of their main assets is they're intelligent.
Right.
Now, again, you know, you have some that are dumb. You have some that fight rough and don't fight smart. Those are exceptions. You can't make any exception the rule. Right? That's like saying, well, you know, I got a cur dog and he produced champion. Okay, that happens. That's an exception. But going forward, you know, are you going to keep every cur dog that quits because that one you had the ability to produce? Nobody's going to do that. People try to make them exceptions the rule. They're not the rule. It's an accident. They just happen to produce. Keep following that pattern. See how fucking far you get.
Exactly. That mother's gonna go dead in the first round. He's looking good. He's looking good in the first round, second round.
If that was true, right? If that was true that they were top shelf dogs and you could continue and have consistency and all that, then we'd see a bunch of them all over the place. You don't. You don't. Most people won't even breed to it. But they'll breed the Bolio, they'll breed the Tombstone, you know, they'll breed the Boomerang, they'll breed the Jeep. Why? Because they were competed with. They'll breed the Art, they'll breed the Zebo, they'll breed the Red Boy. All them dogs I named were used in competition. All of them. Art's Missy too, she was a 2-time winner. Zeb and Geronimo and you know, Champion Princess, Grand Champion Hope, Champion Tonka, Champion Snubby, Champion Crash. Them dudes made whole bloodlines after them dogs. It's not just Tonka. He's the main one because he was, you know, Brenmore and all that. But Champion Snubby was a producer. Champion Crash was a producer.
Yeah.
Marshall Wilson, he based his whole yard off them dogs.
Don't forget Crumbs Cremator.
Crumbs Cremator, another 2-time winner. Right? Merrick Snapper, a 1-time winner. That's another litter mate to them.
Yeah.
They incorporated that. What they bring it to? Bully Son stuff.
I got a question, man. I'm playing around in Stabber's pedigree, right? And I'm noticing Stabber goes back to a whole lot of that old family red nose shit, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what you know, a lot of the KLAUS blood is.
Oh, Stabber, boy. You better look out for that Stabber, man.
Yeah.
See? They got me peeping around on Stabber. I keep on saying, look, man, they kept on breeding this Stabber dog to this Bolio shit. He's popping up everywhere. Somebody was on to something. So what makes Stabber so special? Oh, okay. I see all that family red. No wonder I see all these little red dogs running around here with them badass nice bodies and shit.
Right. Yep.
Cause that old family red had the bodies.
Yeah. All the Wise's Maximilian stuff or whatever it is, the Geltz's play, you know, all these KLAUS dogs, you know, that's what it goes back to. And what's the main old family red nosed dog? Ferguson Centipede.
Ferguson Centipede. Keep piece of that puzzle.
Everybody talks about. It's a basis for the old family red nose. So naturally, that's what they're going to breed you. What's working? Him. He was you know, at least a 3-time winner.
Yeah.
2 or 3 different people used him. Ferguson used him. Tudor used him. Someone else used him. They bred the hell out of him. And probably not more than 10 or 15 times either, you know?
Yeah, that's why you see it over here in the Boyles dog. You see it over here in the Buck dogs. You see it every.
Yeah.
You see it.
Yep. And even in Stabber, you see Corvino blood, right?
Yeah, that's what blew me, man. Cause I thought Corvino and them didn't really mess with them old red nose, them old family reds.
They all did, man.
Yeah, they did.
Now that was, you know, a century ago or whatever it was. You fast forward to Indian Sunny, what did he do? He crossed Bolio to Corvino blood.
Yes, he did.
What did Bert Sorrell do? He crossed Sorrell's bull, a heavy Zeke dog, to Mary, a heavy Corvino dog. Same pattern over and over again.
It sure
all something
was.
you got to do is look, what did they do? And see what they did and then go, shit, well, if I do it, it should work. Yeah, if you're using the right individual with the right trait, yeah, it should work.
Oh yeah, I'm deep back there. Oh, Stabber boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
They straight family red. I mean, they should go all the way back. Him, Hill, Wallace, the whole clique.
All that, you know. And I'm pretty sure if you look at Diamo's bloodline, he's got some of that in him too. He got some more family red nose, maybe, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm gonna have to go investigate Diabo then, because I'm down here looking, man. Look, I done went all the way back to Centipede, man. These dogs is old family red nose down there in that shit, man. Like,
yeah, they are. They are.
Bert KLAUS was on to something, wasn't he?
Yeah, and a lot of it because he was around all them guys, and they all, you know, at some point, not all of them, but a lot of them traded breedings back and forth, traded dogs back and forth. You know, it's like this. It was more so in the past, you know. You go to a convention, you see a dog, you like it, you hit up the dude that owned the dog. Hey, I want to breed your dog. Okay. That's how they did it.
I was just,
you know, because you know that's something I said. It was something that Boyles told me. You know, if you're gonna breed to a male outside your yard or a female, whatever it is, see him perform. That way you know what you're getting or supposed to get. Look at him. So the one dog I didn't see perform, I just went on the pedigree. That stuff didn't work too good. But the other ones, yeah, they worked for me because I saw them go or I used them. You know.
all that. That damn, no wonder that Hollywood Dolly and Polly would produce that mad ass shit, man.
Right. Yep.
They talk that yellow shit. They talk that yellow bit, boy, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Who owned it? Was it Donnie Holcomb that had Yellow John?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Fletcher Savers got him.
Yeah, I spoke with his son. So I got some.
No, I think Fletcher had him first. Am I right? Fletcher Savers had Yellow John first. Or did he get him from Holcomb? Can I know Yellow John was I have seen Yellow John on that Holcomb's Yellow John, but this has been in the old journals.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. He had him first. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, Fletcher is the one who campaigned him.
Right.
And then Holcomb got it, and Holcomb got him afterwards.
That's okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Fletcher Savers had it.
Mm-hmm.
Because Fletcher was the one matching.
Yeah, Kagan Marlowe was the one who bred him.
Yep. Just to think, old Storm and Norm was real cool with that lady.
Yeah, that's another guy, you know, when you talk about old guys, you know, you don't hear too much about, you know. Storm and Norman had Whistler Jr.
Yes, sir.
You know. Yeah.
And they was red and white. They was some red dogs too, though. They was game as shit.
Yeah.
But that's just, man. I mean, even me tonight, I done caught on to some shit. When you go back to looking, man. I mean, to me, it just plays such a big part to me when I go back there and I work my way up, and I can literally work my way back up because I'm experienced and I know what I'm looking at. My conclusion is there's no way we could have ever had a Mayday without that. That understanding of how to breed these damn dogs.
Right.
There's just no way. Because you can look in that pedigree and
it can't be done.
It cannot be done.
Not over time. Not all them dogs leading up to Mayday.
Right.
It can't be done.
Because you go back and ain't nothing wrong. I mean, damn near ain't nothing out of place. You take Mayday and break him down and start going back to back to back to back. Every single dog and every move looked like it was calculated.
Right.
Because there's a formula in every one of their moves. All the way back. I done went all the way back to the him hill shit. And every one of these crosses had a formula.
Right. Yeah. And that I mean, any top breeder at least will tell you that's how they do it. They'll tell you they keep records, and some of them keep more meticulous records than others. You know, for like in game file, Frank Shy, he toe marked, meaning he took a thing, he punched a hole in in that webbing in his chicken's feet.
Mm-hmm.
He toe marked every bird he produced. And he kept information outside each bird's pen. And he single mated them, meaning he breed his cock to this hen only. And a lot of guys, game fowl breeders, don't do that. They throw one cock in with a bunch of hens, and they know who the sire is, but they just guessing who the dam is. He didn't do that. He wanted all the information on every bird he produced. So some of these guys get meticulous, you know. I tried to do, that's where I got that from. I tried to do the same thing. Every single dog, and I would write down their information, color, male, female, their behavior, temperament when they're young, what kind of work ethic they had, in schooling, what they did, how long it went, how many scratches, what was the weight difference, if any, what was the other dog they went, all that stuff. Because I want to know. And I did the same thing with my pedigrees. When I filled out my pedigrees, I would put the dog, I put his record, I put his litter mates and their record, and the same with the parents and the grandparents, far back as I could go. I had all the information, as much as I could, on each dog in the pedigree and their litter mates. How else are you going to know what your percentages are if you don't do that?
That's true.
And even the ones that didn't make it. Because I wanted to know how many quit, how many didn't, how many won, how many didn't, what they produce, and it just keeps going like that. All their production. How many times they were bred, what pups did they use? Did they produce? All that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got a comment.
Go ahead, Mike.
This comment came from Eduardo, my man Eduardo Venezuela. He said, but twin, you know who took the Mayday dogs to an elite level. I know you're a Chico Lopez fan, Eduardo, and he did do good. But look right here. Look at this pet. Look right here. This is not Dolly. This is Polly. And if you look, I don't see Chico Lopez on there nowhere.
You ain't gonna see Chico Lopez in none of these damn dogs when it comes to Mayday.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just addressing.
You are not gonna see Chico Lopez in none of these dogs.
I'm just addressing his comment.
Oh, okay.
Look at Polly, and we're not even looking at Dolly. This is Polly. And look at the names, man. I don't think Chico Lopez can do this.
You can go to Dolly and
you can put up Dolly, man.
Dolly the same way. You ain't not Chico. Come on now. Chico had nothing to do with the dogs that we did that came off of Mayday now. Chico came after the fact. He's that evolution shit.
Look at the names,
Yeah,
Eduardo.
Chico nowhere in there.
I don't see Chico in there. Nowhere.
Nowhere.
And this is Polly and Dolly. And that's just to name a few. We're only taking out this two females out of that situation.
What do you mean? Mayday was put on a whole new hype from these dogs. Exactly.
Yeah, we get we'll throw Chosen Few up there. You know Chico got all these different names, but not even Chosen Few, because it had nothing to do with making Mayday famous. Nobody, not Chico. These dogs was coming out of Victor's yard going in the dog man hands that was winning with them. There's no particular guy made anything work. It was the dogs that came off of Mayday fell into the hands of people who matched those dogs and won with those dogs. If it don't be for those people, Chico would have never had his hands on those dogs. Because they wouldn't have been worth a damn if you'd have took all those dogs away, because Victor didn't make none of them dogs champions. Not one of them. Am I right?
You're right. And, all those people got to do, I keep reiterating, is do your research. It tells you right there. Look at the names on there. Who did it? It tells you. And somebody else comes along and does something. Okay, they get credit for that.
That's right.
But not what I'm looking at there. So
no. That's only Polly and Dolly. Look, there's so many more, but I was just addressing that comment because I know we could take 2 dogs to crush that comment that he made. Just 2 dogs, Polly and Dolly.
Yeah, that's right.
Just saying.
That's all I'm saying, man.
Sometimes it's different from what someone tells you and what the facts are.
True. I mean,
that's all I say.
That's true, though.
It's right there.
I mean, right. So why would they? I guess those are people that are quick to say things, and there's no evidence in his comments nowhere.
Right. Because a lot of times we take people on face value of what they say, and I used to do that, but I learned. It don't matter if you're my friend. It don't matter if you're famous. It don't matter if I know you. It don't matter nothing. You gotta check for yourself and see if what they're telling you is facts. And sad to say, but it's important. You gotta know the facts. And sometimes it embarrasses people.
Mm-hmm.
You say that dog's a 5-time winner. Well, who did he beat? It don't matter if it's 30 years ago. There's got to be some information on it.
That's right.
You can't just say, oh, he beat. Well, who did he beat? Well, I don't know. Oh, shit.
A friend of mine, he's a real reputable dog man, said his dog was good. But we don't know him, though, right?
Yeah.
Who is this reputable dog man? Do we know him? I don't think we know him. We ain't going to never hear his name.
Yeah.
We ain't going to never hear his name.
In the past, and you can't, if he's from the past and you can't name his name, what's his kennel name? What nom de guerre did he use?
Right, give us something.
Could have been Redline Land. Okay, I know who Redline Land is. And then from there you find out, well, what dog was it? A lot of it is recorded.
I mean,
the ones that ain't, I can usually find out, regardless of what area of the country it's in, I can usually find out whether the dog is legit or not, even if it was 30 years ago. I just got to ask somebody.
That's all.
And sometimes you got to ask 2 or 3 people. But it's there. People don't do that. They just, okay, oh, really? He was a 20-time winner? Oh, that's badass. They even you go way back in the past, there's a picture of a dog, drawing, and it says he won 109 battles. People read that and they think it's true. That's bullshit. Ain't no fucking dog gonna win 109 battles. He ain't gonna win 109 rolls. The guy is lying.
He's lying.
150 years ago too. Them guys they weren't all honest.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing, whatever era you live in. People lie. So you gotta check them.
Grand Champion Yellow Man coming off that napalm stuff, y'all. Bam Bam Bread, the motherfucking napalm. Y'all don't know who Bam Bam is? I help y'all on that one. Littermate the Noriega. Hold on. Matter of fact, it says right there. Littermate the Noriega.
Which dog is it? What's that?
Oh, I mean, I put a Bam Bam, you know, the sire to Grand Champion Yellow Man.
Oh, okay.
No, I just wanted to pull him up. Just let me show you the pedigree. It's Mayday bred the jumper was Noriega. And this is the side, Bam Bam was the side of Yellow Man.
Okay. He's off of Mayday and Jumper, right?
Yeah, Bam Bam, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's good reading.
Who's that? Oh, Yellow Man? Oh, definitely. That's what your dog got in her. She double bred. That's it. All that. Yeah, that's Polly. Yeah, that's Polly and Dolly up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Little May sisters all up in there. I just tell you how strong that Hollandworth shit is. I'm telling you. Now y'all say what y'all want. I just think that yellow and that red boy, and I would still call it Bolio. I'ma still say Bolio and red boy is what put that thing together, man. Now, you know, we add a little bit of Eli in there. We ain't gonna take the Eli away from that fact because, you know, you did have Rowdy in there, okay?
Right.
When we mess with Macaroni in them, you know, we did have some little Eli up in there.
Yeah, you gotta have it.
It got the host, what the host true about what Carver said, though.
That's the point I'm trying to make. What Carver said, was it true or not? And he said that way back then. And you know what? He was right.
He was right.
He was right. He knows. And he could tell probably in the future, this is what's going to work. Why? Because it worked for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a pattern, you know. So, like I said, whether they did it on purpose or just, you know, they bred good dogs and good dogs, that's the way it comes out. The patterns repeat themselves.
Now, schoolboy, you know I let Mo do all the talk about dogs, but I've been around enough of y'all conversations. And I just thought it was funny as hell for somebody to tell me that they was going to breed, you know, breeding their boils or something back into the bolio to bring, you know, the smartness back, like they was dumb. And I just never known Indian bolio dogs to be dumb dogs.
They ain't.
I mean, not in our life.
Maybe they saw one or two that was dumb. Those are exceptions. They ain't dumb.
Right. You need to go find some great ones.
Intelligence, I'm talking about the competition style.
See,
smart that way.
See,
right?
Remember on this show we talk about relevancy. Okay.
Right.
Now I probably done seen a whole bunch of dumbass bolio dogs, but I done seen some great bolio dogs that was great.
Yeah.
Majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overall, that's one of their main factors is they're smart.
Yeah.
That's the difference between them and a lot of other dogs. You could say the Soso boy dogs were like that too. You know, the Philly Bow dog. They were like that too, smart like that. I've seen a bunch of them. And the bolio dog, same thing.
Yeah, I got to throw him up in there. I got to throw Philly's Bow up in there. He up in there with that bolio. Don't make me got to go dive into him next show. I'll bring him up in here and we be doing the same thing we doing with bolio. Cause that Kobe's dime shit, better act like y'all understand, cause that's the same thing, am I right? All these dogs has a connection. Cause Kobe dime gonna take us everywhere.
Right, you can do the same thing. Look at what he was bred to.
Yep.
And you're gonna see the same pattern. Even my memory, you know, it ain't all there. I guarantee you're gonna see the same pattern.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm almost positive that we will. It'd be fun to go. It's fun to dive in there and go tear up shit and go show these people.
Yeah,
you know, because they be so quick to breed their shit out here. I understand everybody wanting to breed. I mean, these price tags, the way they sit up there like an infomercial and show their damn puppies and shit. And I be wondering to myself, man, it looks like, I tell you, man, every time I see that shit, I look like that Indian when they was dumping trash all over America. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just wipe a tear on my eye because I'm looking at this shit like these dogs gonna turn into shit. These dogs are gonna turn into shit. Because the network, and I always said this in the very beginning, I said, they are systematically destroying the American pit bull by destroying the lines.
I would have to agree. You know, if your first intention is to make money, then you're doing it for all the wrong reasons.
Mm.
And most people, you know, if you talk to them for 5 or 10 minutes, that's what they're going to tell you. I want to make this breeding, I'm going to let some of the pups go. Nothing wrong with it. But if that's your first intention, you're not paying attention to the dogs in front of you. You're just looking at the pedigrees, and you're going to make a breeding and sell some pups. You know, who does that? Honestly, in any endeavor, any business, who does that? Well, I'm going to do something and I'm going to sell it. How do you know if it's any good? How do you know if anybody's going to buy it? Why would they buy it? You got no information to back it up other than a pedigree.
Well, you get like Chico and be a good salesman, you can be anybody buy it.
And I'm not discounting that there's people like that, you know, but, you know, how long does that play out? Is that going to be like Boudreaux for 50 years, like Carver for 40 years?
Oh, how about that question?
Like Corvino and Tudor, decades.
Well, it didn't take that long for us to realize that, you know, not being mean to the man, but, you know, you come back over here importing that shit you was winning with over there in Mexico, you know, why they keep putting Chico in it, not knocking Chico, but people. I don't knock Chico because Chico, whatever he was doing over there, he ain't doing what Black Rock and them was doing. Okay, his shit ain't none of that shit had a way of coming back over here doing shit. Chico has always been smart enough and slick enough to bring his shit to the right shit. It don't be really his shit. He make the right connect with the right dogs. You notice he always got his hands on the good ones. And that's where he came, that's how he came up. Because you see Chico Lopez or some chosen few shit, it's always bred to a great dog. That's all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All that other great American bullshit, ain't no great American bullshit. All that shit was over there in Mexico, made up on a story that only he can tell.
Gotcha.
And nobody validated none of that shit over there in Mexico. And it sure as hell didn't make it back over here doing shit. Now, I'm not taking nothing away. We had a couple dogs up over there. You go look at over there at Lynch and all them and shit. Then you're going to see some Lopez, some chosen few shit. But you paying attention, look closer. He's got these good dogs because he bought these dogs that already had a name.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. That's the only shit you're going to see with Chico Lopez over here in the United States is working. But you ain't going to bring none of that shit he was winning with over there and wherever or in that fairy book that he wrote, come back over here into this country and do a goddamn thing. Not a one of them. Not a one of them.
There it is. There it is.
And research yourself to get the answer.
Exactly.
You will see. Exactly. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They don't have to take your word for it.
Mm-mm.
Research it and find out. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll see if Twin is telling the truth or not. You're not known to be a liar. So, you know, that anybody should do that.
Right. And I'm giving you the business. I've been trying to tell them. They always throwing people there like that. Come on, y'all got to pay attention.
Yeah.
Y'all are getting played with the selling, the selling game.
Yeah. It's like somebody saying, you know, I saw this dog, he was a bad son of a bitch, and he beat this and that, and then you go, I was at that show. I don't remember seeing you there. That shit happens all the time. You wasn't there. that wasn't your dog. That belonged to this guy.
Right.
Stop lying. It's all for clout. They want to be somebody. Go be somebody, and people will give you your just due. They'll respect you for it.
That's right.
You don't have to build yourself up and lie and shit, because it catches up with you. The truth comes out. I never could see why people do that, man.
Because
Like I
it's
said,
a gimme.
You know, the people at the top, they have plenty of failures, man. Ain't no different. What makes them different is they learn their craft, they're good at it, they're consistent. And it shows. And they got the record to back it up.
And that's a good thing. You got to put the work in. If you don't put the work in,
Got to, man.
and especially these days when there's not really much work you can put in, at least out here in our world where we speak as the past. You know,
Right.
we can't speak for
Right.
nothing up here in the front outside the fact that we know how to do math. See, we've been around long enough that we know how to add. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We can stand back and look at what y'all doing and shit and be like the Indian. Y'all just trashing my dog game. I mean, y'all are just trashing my game. I'm sitting up here tears all the damn time watching these crazy ass breedings and ain't nobody doing that, and yet they sit there and put a real dog man down and try to elevate over that.
Right.
Or always got these phantom.
Or they come with that bullshit. Oh, that's in the past. It don't matter. Them old guys
Right.
do shit. Things have changed now. Yeah, they changed for the worse, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it definitely worked for my opinion, because you got all these phantom great dog men to see him go and say he's good. Well, who is the phantom dog man you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
he ain't dead yet that you can't say his name? I mean, where, you know what I'm saying? Or here's another phantom game plan. Yeah, people got my dogs. Yeah, they doing real good. Yeah, they'll tell you. Yeah, they happy with them. Yeah. Well, can we get some of that information so we can go and cross check your phantom? You know,
Right.
you know what?
Yeah.
Cause out here on the
What they
airwaves,
do with them? Why are they good?
right?
What makes them good? I always have questions. You know, when shit like that comes up.
Well,
Why are you saying that?
Backstreet hollering, Backstreet complaining. They trying to call out some of these internet dog men. They steady trying to find out where's this shit at. We competitors. This dude talking all this shit about how good his shit is. Why we ain't never ran across any of his shit? We'll get it if it's good, but we don't see none of it. It ain't out here where we at. And how many people in the country saying that about this one cat? This man saying everybody get his shit, he's good, but you know what? And everybody out there in the backstreet asking, well, where is this shit at? And why we ain't getting no answers to him? Because the man ain't trying to answer, man. He know who he is. He know who he is. He don't want to answer that question. But it ain't my question. Don't get me wrong, it ain't my question. It's just the people other people wants to know, you know. There's your good shit out there. They want to know where it's at.
It's a question that's always been asked. You know, it's
That's
a
right.
normal question, and you know, part of the point to all this is we just want that bullshit to stop. Just stop saying all that stuff.
That's what I'm on, Scuba. I am for them at least creating, like, get more ADBA shows, more wall climbing, more treadmill races, more. If you're gonna change this dog game, and you're using these dogs right here. When you look at these papers that you guys went over tonight, these dogs had a history that we still talk about 30, 40 years later because of their performance. Y'all said it yourself. It's all about performance. Well, if we're going to get away from the old people and just kick us to the curb, then y'all need to be creating some new way of determining what makes an American Pit Bull Terrier a good dog.
Grand champion of the treadmill, grand champion of a wall jumper. Come on. Grand champion of a wave pool.
If that's what it's going to be, then so be it. But don't go grabbing these papers, selling your dogs based on this right here, and all of a sudden you're supposed to be changing the game. Well, that doesn't work for me.
I'm gonna be Dawson Effect, and I'm gonna still be talking about the sewer. Y'all can have that shit over there. I'm standing around down here in the sewer, where the green grass is still green. All this other shit y'all talking about ain't green grass. Now y'all can do all that, but the grass ain't gonna never be green. It ain't gonna never be green. No.
Well, let me address that, Mike. You're right. You're absolutely right. And the sad part is they are not even doing that.
Right. Schoolboy said they ain't even doing that.
At least do that. If you got a weight pool champion or you got a treadmill race, this and that, at least you got an athletic dog that's healthy and have some kind of performance. So they're not even doing that. So in my case, I've been around all that. I've judged weight pools. I've judged confirmation shows. I've been to big events. I've given seminars. So I can even speak on that experience. We don't have nobody doing that even. You know, it's not I try and cover all aspects of the breed. It's important. Whether I'm involved in it or not, at least I've seen it. So I can't bullshit and say, I think this and I think that. No, I've seen this and I've done that. Even that part, even up-to-date legal shit. Right. People ain't even doing that.
And see, that's what I'm on, Schoolboy. I mean, they're so ready to kick us to the curb, and us old people don't know shit, but then you're not doing shit, not even the shit that should be, that is legal, that could still bring these dogs up to a higher level and give people another way to think about these dogs. If y'all would just at least do that much to have something to stand on.
That's, you know, I've been saying that recently myself, you know. Can I have a healthy dog? A well-structured dog? Can I have an athletic dog? A dog with good instincts, intelligent, good air? How do you know if he's got good air if you never ran him on a treadmill race? You have nothing to compare it to.
How you know he's strong if you ain't putting him in front of a goddamn Mack truck or something to pull? How you know he's strong? Because he's pulling you?
Because then, you know, if you do that, at least you can say that much. I got a fucking whole family of weight pool champions. I got a whole family of catch dogs. I got a whole family of coyote hunters. They're killing machines. Why not? That's legal.
It's legal. That's true.
So you can't knock the past, and I've said this too. All that weight pool, treadmill, all that hunting, catch, all that would not be possible if it wasn't for people like you and me and before us doing what we did with the dog. It wouldn't be possible to have a coyote killing dog or a catch dog, treadmill race dog, none of that, if they didn't have that background. That's why that background is so important. That's why the breed is so versatile. Because of that gameness, because of that finish, because of that competition. It ain't like one and the other, they both go together. How you gonna have stable dogs, sound dogs, if you don't do shit with them? You don't even know if you can travel with the dog. You don't even know if he'll kill a rat or a fucking raccoon or a coyote. You don't know shit. So, you know, at least do that much. And you won't get in trouble for it. But we can't forget the past. It is what it is. We can talk about it. Because all that temperament, behavior, that's part of it. That's part of the dog now. That past temperament, behavior, structure, ability, all that.
I got one of them Jeep BOLIO crosses up here. I figure I run one of them Jeep BOLIO crosses up through here. You know what I mean? Just wanted to run this one.
I mean, you know, if you look at it practical, I take a Bully Son, Eli dog, Mayday dog to do weight pool.
Hell
I take a Finley's Bulldog or BOLIO dog to do treadmill race. You know, or wall climb. You need speed. Where do you get it from? Don't get it from, not from a BOLIO dog. They're not structured properly for treadmill race. But weight pool, They probably pull 10 times their weight, man. They probably outpull a BOLIO dog. So that's where the breed is going to. Okay, let's step up the game and do that, and nobody get in trouble. But like I said, they ain't even doing that. They're just breeding dogs, trying to sell them.
I'm just running through these dogs over here. Hey, schoolboy.
Mm-hmm.
I ran across, you know, every once in a while I run across my shit. Since we're talking about that Jeep BOLIO cross, I just wanted to show them a couple more of that shit. I got Champion Twisted up here. You know, I really got Twisted, Champion Twisted, Deep South Twisted, off of Mayday and Lupe. Remember that 8 cars Bud Dry? He was an inbred, he was a Jeep dog. Heavy Jeep. Yeah, we caught that Holland work with that Jeep shit. That's one of them.
Is it Deep South Twisted?
Yeah, Deep South Twisted. He is a heavy Jeep dog.
Let me see.
Twisted is off of Twisted is off of Mayday.
Right.
Okay. Bred to Lupe.
Okay.
Lupe is off of Dolly's Little Maid sister.
Right. Then you got the Budweiser. Budweiser is a
heavy Jeep. Heavy
Jeep dog.
So that's a Holland World.
Right.
That's a Holland World Jeep cross right there.
Right there.
That's heavy BOLIO right there.
Cole.
Yes, sir.
What's Arizona Cole? He's off of Bobby Jr. I guarantee you.
Yep. Okay, where am I at? What you got?
And lady in red again. You got the Little Tater, Anderson's Rose, and all that. So yeah, there's one right there.
You see it? You see how they did it though, right? Heavy Jeep dog.
Yeah.
And then I took it. Bred Twisted to Naya with the Stone City shit crossed in it.
Okay.
Giving me some more of that damn old BOLIO.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? But you go to look at that breaker dog. That breaker dog got that KLAUS. KLAUS and G. Got that KLAUS and G.
Right. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, man.
There.
And we talking about these ain't just bulldogs, these is producers. That's breaker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just pointing it out.
What's break? Is it going hard breaker or what is it?
It's hardcore breaker. A hardcore Kennels breaker. Registered married. Yes, sir. She is definitely.
Yeah, I see it. Got the Honey Bun, Rascal Jr. and
She got
the
him.
KLAUS.
That's right.
With the Jeep, yeah.
No, he knew what he was saying, though. Then you put that Mayday up in there with all that damn BOLIO. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the cross right there.
Right there.
And then you take me turning around doing the same thing down here on the bottom of my shit. My shit, I'm bringing more BOLIO and Jeep too.
Right. Yep. And you know, when it works like that, it's usually more than one person. It may start with one person doing it, and then somebody else gonna do it too.
What was in that?
Oh, which one? What's our spring? You talking about Polly?
Some of those
To who? Oh, Twisted Nico. The shit. I mean, that's, yeah.
They go up to the name. I just wanted to see. Okay.
Well, Twisted Nico, you know, he ain't had nothing. Sibling was the shit. That hard bite
Yeah,
bitch.
you go to breaker. way down at the bottom is heavy KLAUS.
Heavy KLAUS, yeah, that's why I took on that trip, that Jeep KLAUS shit. Okay, now we got BOLIO, KLAUS again, and there go our Jeep.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, I can jump over there. Don't make me go on my going hard toolbox, because I bring out Little Buck and Sassy Girl with all that Jeep KLAUS.
Right.
With some Zebo in there, you know what I mean? I mean, it just got all the right stuff because it was working for them. And that's why you see these pedigrees looking like they looking, because that shit was working long before we started having it work. All we did is follow the pattern and the route. Regardless of what dog we using, it seems to work.
Right.
Regardless of what dogs we using.
Yeah, that's one of the tricks to breeding.
And we wasn't no breeders though back then, but I'm gonna tell you, we was basically doing the same. You know, Mo was like you, schoolboy. He could remember a whole lot of this shit. But I remember many nights I watched him and our kennel partner argue shit because they was always gonna try to have the best of the best. If you was talking Bolio, we better go find the best Bolio shit out there.
Right.
But I guess into them genetics, man. You know how you get one kid, he's good in math, but I'm good in calculus. Like that's my kennel partner. He was good in math, but I'm good in calculus. You know, so he did his thing though. I give it to him. He did his thing.
Yeah.
But when it comes to putting that formula together,
you know, within that you see improvement too.
Oh yeah.
You're trying to take those same patterns, use them, and make better dogs.
I was making killers. I'm going back to that Bolio style of biting shit up, breaking shit down. That's the genetic trait we looking for, and that's the genetic we supposed to see.
We got pace, right? Intelligent.
Exactly.
We had all the right shit.
Yeah.
And it really does make it hard.
You know, the improvement is not, you're not reinventing the wheel. It's you take the traits they have and you improve on those traits. So if they got good mouth, you want better mouth. If they fast, you want them a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
If they strong, you want them a little stronger. It's not like you creating something different or anything like that. You just using the same patterns and making the individual dogs better, a little bit better. Even if it's 5%, that's improvement. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again to get better and better and better.
That's true.
But, you know, if you're just breeding on pedigrees and like that, you're not going to see no improvement. There's no way you can because you don't know what the traits are. You don't even know which ones to follow. You're just following the bloodlines or the dog's name or like that. You ain't going to see it.
You're not going to see it. If anything, you're going to see the Deborah Downers.
Right. It's the same reason, like you say, you know, you can't breed good dogs if you don't know how they're bred.
Mm-hmm.
You need that pedigree. It's the same concept.
Definitely the same concept. Got to have the same. You got to know the pattern. You got to know the formula. Even if you start with just your dog. How you gonna know your dog 5 generations down?
Right.
Unless you doing it on your own yard. That means you ain't leaving the yard because you don't know where else to go.
Right. Yeah. Then you're gonna get into a rut. You can only go so far.
That's right.
You have to go outside of your yard. I don't care who it is. That's what they did too. That's important. They do that in horse racing all the time. They're going all over the world to find the best horse.
Yeah.
To either acquire or breed to.
I mean, Pat Patrick didn't have no.
Every once in a while.
That's right. Pat Patrick didn't have no reason to leave the yard, but he did.
Mm-hmm. Of course he did. They all did.
Floyd, he didn't have no reason to leave the yard, but he did. Maurice Carver didn't have no reason to leave the yard, but he did.
He did.
Earl Tudor didn't have no reason to leave the yard. They had all the dogs right there in the yard, but they did.
They did. So did Heinzel, so did Boudreaux, so did anybody.
Yeah. So did you.
Me too.
Don't forget yourself, because you left too.
That's right. You have to. Even if you go get the same blood, it's different dogs.
Right.
And then even if you get a full out cross, or you get, you know, a 50-50 cross, or, you know, something similar to yours, and then a cross in that, either way, however, there's a ton of different ways you can do it. You got to do it. You got to throw fresh blood in every once in a while.
Yes, sir. What's cool?
Because that allows you to take, you're going to breed that fresh blood into your stuff. Well, what are you going to do with the offspring of that? You're going to go back into your stuff. But it has that cross in there. It allows you to move forward without losing ability.
That's right.
Without losing, you know, without too much inbreed. You know, people, I talk about it all the time. People get stuck on inbreeding, purity and all that. Pure shit is still shit.
This is pure shit now. It's pure shit now.
It's shit now. It's pure shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's not to say there's inbred dogs that produce, but overall, those are not the best producers. They're not.
Nope.
Why? Because they don't have ability. And that's why most of the time you'll see them produce when they're crossed.
Mm-hmm.
But I would tell people, you know, don't go back to that inbred side and tighten that up.
No. Go out.
Your average, you know, an average or below average dog in ability, you're gonna make that the focus of your bloodline. That don't make no sense. So why heavily inbreed in the first place? Do it when you need it, every once in a while. If you make an inbreeding and you get what you want out of it, stop right there and then go breed something else, either outcross that or breed or line breed it, loose or tight. But don't inbreed it again.
That's true.
You have more of a chance of producing more junk. Eh?
Well, Schoolboy.
How do I know that? Because it's done across the board.
Right. Schoolboy, I really appreciate you stopping in tonight, because the purpose of this conversation, you know, every time I come up with something, it's got to be based off of something that we hear, or, you know, something that you see. And then, you know, yeah. I watch your show, so it kind of got me to getting back to help you push this point across. Everybody's now is in the now talk about saving the bloodline, saving the breed, and all these different ways of doing this shit, right? So
right.
In the process of me trying to find this dumbass Indian BOLIO dog that everybody thinks it needs some help all of a sudden, I come across what Maurice Carver said, you know, based on the story that Pat Patrick has said about the Jeep, the tombstone, and the BOLIO shit. And we always talk about traits. And traits usually done the right way, and you bred, and I know how my brother thinks, and he's like you all, you know, y'all like, because y'all want to see this shit. You want to watch how I perform. You want, if we going in the stifle, Mo want that stifle. If Mo want pace, we going after pace. Mo want air, we going after air. Mo want crazy, he gonna do what it takes. Those are all traits. So when you listen to people talking about preserving something, right? And you kick the old out and say, stop talking about them, but every time you see a paper pull up, guess who you see? Them.
Right.
The dogs they're talking about is nowhere close compared to these dogs right here. So that means these dogs have to make something that we're going to be talking about 20 years later, or y'all still going to be talking about dogs like Indian BOLIO and Jeep 30 years back.
Right.
You'll never be able to
exactly
forget about
Mike.
those dogs to be relevant moving forward. And so what do we do to try to help everybody? We get them back here to say, in order for what y'all trying to do to work, it's got to look like this. Understand why we did, why they did what they did, all the way back to goddamn it Tudor and Leitner and Kobe and KLAUS. Look how far we got to go back to get them to understand you can't change history. So don't think you're going to change history by doing bullshit in the future. What you're going to do is create a bunch of bullshit that ain't going to be worth talking about or even taking a risk with. What do you think?
You're right, Mike. You're right. And here's what people don't understand or realize. You take them traits of the dog and you continue forward with them, and you don't lose them, you're going to have dogs that perform like Jeep, perform like Bolio, perform like Zebo. Whatever dog you choose or whatever family or bloodline, you don't have to lose it. The names are going to change, and it's going to become your bloodline, but they can have the traits from 30 years ago. That's what people don't realize. They think, oh, I got to go get, you know, this and that. I got to have Jeep in my pedigree 90 times. No, you don't. If you breed like I did and keep those Jeep and Honey Bunch traits, they're there after 10 generations. They're still there. They don't go away. If you follow the traits and the patterns, it's always going to be there. They may be schoolboy dog, they may be OTK dog, they may be whatever, but the traits are the same. And the dogs perform the same, and they look the same, and same structure, all that. That's what people don't realize. But if you just breed on pedigree, you don't know what the hell you're going to get. You can get anything because there's other stuff in there too. That's why you have to be so cognizant of what traits you have, what traits you want, and which dog can produce those traits. If you not, shit, if you make a breeding, you lost them right there in that breeding. Because you didn't follow those patterns. You didn't keep those traits prevalent in your dogs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I know somebody inbred Jeep dog, and he didn't follow the patterns and traits, and they turned to be a bunch of ear suckers and shit. That ain't a Jeep dog. I don't care if Jeep's in there 100 times. That's not a Jeep dog. You lost the trait. It's not a Jeep dog no more.
That's right.
Well, schoolboy.
You know, go ahead, Mike.
No, the other thing I wanted to bring up, while I got you, I think you and your registry is doing a big service for our dogs. I'm not one who believes that because if you register your dog, that you're registering your dog because you're a dog fighter. I'm not a believer in that. I think everybody should register dogs because, again, what do we always talk about? We talk about paperwork. I have yet to see paperwork get us in trouble, even in our case. Regardless, there's not a pit bull out here that you're going to pull some paperwork on that you're not going to find some fighting dogs in it. They're just not. And that would be my case.
Current one.
I will.
Not current one.
I always say, know your business, know your law. I wouldn't give a damn what they bought up there. I can take every pedigree if I had to walk in the courtroom with 100 pedigrees. There's not a dog in none of these pedigrees out of all 100 that don't go back to what these dogs were originally bred for. Does not mean because my dog's in that pedigree that I have a fighting dog. Because there's dogs in them
earlier.
That's right. There's certain things that I just believe that you just can't throw to the curb because you're scared.
Right. I can't think of anyone ever got busted for dog because of a pedigree.
I've never heard of it.
It don't. Yeah, it don't happen.
It just don't happen, man.
And then, you know, how is an authority going to prove that your dog or even the parent or grandparent did anything illegal? It's not that. It's not that, you know. And you know, thanks for the mention of my registry, you know, you know, what we're talking about now, these dogs from the past. Well, the dogs that are being bred now are going to be the dogs in the past that somebody's going to talk about 20 years from now. But if they don't have a pedigree, how are you going to talk about them? How are you going to talk about your weight pool champion if you don't have a pedigree?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's that simple. So yeah, people, you know, it's common when something starts happening. You know, we have all these things going around the country and all that. People get scared, right? If you ain't doing nothing wrong, there's nothing to be scared about.
Exactly.
And if you'll notice, the pattern of that is what? These people got a ton of dogs. And they're usually involved in something else other than the dogs that gets them in trouble.
Right.
So you don't need a ton of dogs. And the good thing about that, I've said this before too, if you have a few dogs, they're going to be better dogs because you can spend more time with them, you can bond with them, You can make a breeding every so often
Mm-hmm.
rather than 10 breedings a year and all that. You'll have better dogs. You don't need a bunch of them. And not just me. Boyles did the same thing. He didn't have even Carver didn't have a shitload of dogs. He didn't have no 200 dogs or 100 dogs or even 50 dogs. So the facts are that you could still produce good dogs and you don't need a whole bunch of them, and they'll be better dogs because you can spend more time with them and develop them and farm them. It's not a downside, it's an upside.
Right.
And it helps you, it protects you more. You just got a few dogs, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. They don't care about that. It's not worth it. They have to spend money. They have to have a good reason for doing it. And you'll notice, what do? Oh, they 150 dogs, 200 dogs, killing all these dogs, getting all these people, 30 dogs, 50 dogs. You don't need that many dogs. And you never did.
Right. Well, the good thing about the conversation that I'm having with you today is you believe in the same thing I believe when it comes to registering your dog. I wouldn't give
Yes,
a
sir.
damn what the hell they talk about as far as what the law is. I've never known anybody who ever got a charge for having registered dogs. Because if you're going to tell me that it is illegal to register an American Pit Bull Terrier, that I have yet to see that law. The last time I checked, there's a whole lot of other registry as far as dogs are concerned in the dog market. So I'm a true believer in get up off the damn, online peds. Go get your dog registered. It's okay, because at least you have some record of whatever you're doing, and it will be, once it's there, you will always have something to fall back on in the future. But don't be scared away from doing something that's that doesn't have no relevance when it comes down to you being in trouble. You got to have license to drive license registration to have a car. You got to register your dog downtown to get licensed. I mean, you have all these registries, but all of a sudden you can't have a pit bull registry to register your dog, and you're supposed to be afraid to do that? That's crazy as hell to me, man.
Yep, I agree. It's never been that. I've been busted for that. They took my shit. They never presented none of that in court. Pedigrees and shit like that. Never did. It's not, like you said, there's no law against that. They don't, if they do look for information of pedigrees, it's like you said, it's online or something. They ain't going after somebody because they have a pedigree of their dog. Usually they're doing some other shit. That's what gets them. Even if you're doing some other shit, if you got 2 dogs, what are they going to get you for? And you got registrations of those 2 dogs. If you got 50 dogs, now we got a fucking problem. So people need to change that too, They don't need a ton of them. But registration, nah, man, they ain't concerned about that. They even if they were to use it in court, what the hell are they going to do with it? What's it going to say? How are you going to prove the dogs on that pedigree was used for something illegal? You can't. You don't even know which dog goes with that pedigree.
Right.
Fucking ridiculous. But like you said, people get scared, and they try and. What are you running around like a chicken with your head cut off if you ain't doing nothing wrong?
Right. Shouldn't be worried about nothing.
Shouldn't be worried about nothing, man. You gotta make a stand, like Mike said. You gotta defend yourself, man.
Right.
And like you said, there's no dog lore, there's no pit bull lore. But this is something that was brought up to me. Maybe there's a civil rights violation. Maybe you can get some hot shot if you have to, if you have the money to pay for a lawyer. Maybe that's the kind of lawyer that you might need, not a civil defense lawyer. They don't know shit about no dogs.
Especially no criminal.
Too hard. They're ignorant. They know nothing about it. How are they going to defend you?
Yeah, that's the truth.
Well, if your civil rights are being violated, maybe then it might be worth it. If not, I'd take your route and just defend yourself.
Criminal wise, I mean, as a criminal case, it's like you said, if you're doing something other than something you ain't had no business doing, then, you know, that's a whole lot different than bringing a dog case and only a dog case and all behind the treadmill and everything else you got in the house called a paraphernalia does not make you a dog fighter. And that right there is what my brother got in trouble for. What I've seen other people get in trouble for. And I just don't believe people should be getting in trouble based on something that should be your right, and you're paying a lawyer to defend you, and you still lose based on something that is your right to have. And I think that's where you have to learn the law and understand and fight your own battle. Because the last time I checked, anytime you pay for a lawyer, that lawyer is supposed to be working for you. That lawyer ain't supposed to tell you to shut up and let him do his job while you go to jail. See, that's what we wasn't on. That's why my brother went through 6 goddamn lawyers, and the lawyer he wound up with, he was basically just meant to shut up and make sure we did everything right. You know what I mean?
There you go. Like
So,
that.
shit.
Because look at it this way. Look at it practically. All this stuff that they're saying is illegal, right? You can buy it online, just like you said. You can buy them anywhere. The cops use treadmills. So how come they ain't charging them with dog fighting?
Right.
So it's just, people panic. And if you can buy this stuff legally, right? And even the stuff we say, we're talking about the past, doesn't Facebook and YouTube, they have community standards. You know, when I post a video up, they look at it before they approve it and allow me to post it.
That's right.
So they're not finding anything wrong with what I'm saying, or else they take the video down, or they tag me, whatever the fuck they do. So if all this stuff is happening and being allowed to happen, how the hell are you going to get in trouble for having a treadmill to exercise your dog?
Or a breaking stick.
Or a breaking stick. Or a spring pole, or whatever it is.
Right.
Or antibiotics or something, or whatever it is, you know. It just, it's ridiculous, man.
Well, I'm on that bandwagon now, schoolboy. I'm fighting against the fear factor, you know, because you can't move forward and get things changed as long as you're afraid to be a part of change, and that's where I'm at. We need a point, help them in the right direction.
I support you all the way, brother. You're doing the right thing, because it's an issue that nobody else thought about. You know, I do a lot of shit. I'm on a lot of, I didn't think of it. You did. So run with it, and I'll support you. And now I'll speak my piece on it too. You know?
Well, the more we got putting the fight up, the more we're going to get a lot more awareness to what we need to do. And that's the way I think we're going to save the breed. Because we need awareness. Awareness will always bring change. And that's where we're going. Let's go. Well, I got you here,
It's
man.
always a fight. You got to be prepared to fight.
That's right.
People say they're game. Sometimes you got to show it. So, you know, I look at it this way. They're always watching me.
Yeah.
They're always checking me. They always looking at my posts and looking at my videos, and I just accept it. That's the way it is. It's not going to stop me doing what I do, because it's not illegal.
Right.
Because like I said, if it was, somebody would have said something. Somebody would have done something. Facebook and YouTube and all that would have said something. They don't, because it's not illegal. What we talk about. We're covered under our First Amendment.
That's right.
With the case of Stevens versus the USA. Look at that. United States government versus Bob Stevens. He took it all the way to Supreme Court, and he won his case 8-1 in his favor. And the reason they popped him was because he was selling videos and magazines and books, videos that had dogs fighting. This is way back 20, 30 years ago. And they arrested him. Well, he took it all the way to Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said he is allowed to do that it's not illegal for him having video showing dogs fighting. So he won his case. But that's what he had to do, fight all the way to the Supreme Court. Anybody can look it up. Look it up and see what it says.
Yeah.
And they'll give you all the information right there.
And
It's the same as, you know, how you going to take videos or sell videos or show videos of murders and people Vietnam War killing enemy and all that stuff. Talk about gangsters and you know, people building bombs and shit. It's not illegal to talk about it. It's not illegal to show it.
but that was
But
my
if you're doing something illegal at the time and you film it, now you have a problem.
right.
But talking about the past, you can do that. They show pictures of Bonnie and Clyde all shut up. That's morbid. It's not illegal. So, you know, you have some defense. And if the Supreme Court says you can do it, then it's legal to do it.
Well, we always holler about the First Amendment and all our rights. So y'all remember that Stevenson versus United States is case law.
That's right.
If you can jump in there and get that case law to where you remember it like you remember the rest of your rights, you'll stop them before they even get started.
Yeah.
Trust and believe that.
Exactly. And that was a big case. Imagine if he'd lost. Looking, everybody be in trouble. But the Supreme Court was wise enough to, man, you can't be busting these people for doing that. They do everything else, you know? You're violating someone's civil rights. And that's why I said maybe a civil rights case would be the way to go. You know, you can't arrest somebody for having a dog. You can't prejudice a single breed. If you do that, then you got to get rid of all the breeds. You can't pinpoint a fucking pit bull. Now, who's to say it's a pit bull anyways? You know?
Yeah.
So, you know, you just understand all that, you know? And watch how you talk online. Watch who you deal with, you know?
Right.
Don't get so fucking eager to make money, man. It's not going to save you.
All right, schoolboy, you know it's about that time, fam. Before you get up out of here, I want to go over this poll right quick because the more you talk tonight, the more I start watching the poll. It was a little tight there for a minute. But the poll, we had 167 people who voted tonight on the poll. Appreciate everybody who voted. Poll question was, Maurice Carver said, Bolio Jeep and Tombstone are the best crosses to create the killer cocktails. We had 59% that said true and 41% that said false. So I think that was some good voting. I mean, you know, for the ones who didn't know, I guess after you look at this show, you know, kind of probably would have changed your mind.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it could be because, you know, if you look at it just practically, how you going to argue with Carver? You know, he knew his shit.
Right.
You can argue, you can not agree, okay, that you're right, but sensibly, he knew his shit. So, you know, I guarantee you if he was still around, people would be rushing to get dogs from him. Well, he wouldn't have no dogs left because they want to buy everything he had and they pay high dollar for it.
Well,
you know?
that is true.
Maybe you don't agree, but I would go with what he said.
Well, he made that comment back in 1975.
Mm-hmm.
Bolio was born in 1969. He made that comment when Patrick bought him in 1975. Now that's a long time ago to make a comment like that. What you think?
Well, it is, and did it hold true? Yeah, it did. So, like I said, he knew his shit.
Yeah.
It long after he was gone, those bloodlines are top shelf. So that's why he's the master, and people give him all these accolades. He knew his stuff, and he proved it even after his death.
Well,
so I voted yes. You know, I voted in his favor. I put my vote in.
Appreciate you voting. while I got 74 people in the chat right now, you know, again, when I have my special guests come through here, y'all know I need you to show the love, show that special love, because again, we got my man, the one and only, the professor, Mr. Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy. So if you like the show and the information that was provided to you tonight, I need you to give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give him some damn roses, roses. We need damn roses.
Show the love,
everybody, show your love.
Show the love, show the love.
Schoolboy, as always.
Thank you, brother.
Bruh, thanks
Much
again
respect.
for dropping in. Schoolboy, if you could do me a little quick favor right quick and give me a little shout out for your registry so people have that information just in case they change their mind and want to get their dog registered.
All right, it's called ICDR, and just like all my merchandise, books, sticks, shirts, all that stuff, you can get a hold of me on Facebook Messenger, my email, richardjschoolboy60@gmail.com, or on Instagram. And, you know, thanks for having me on, guys, and thanks for all the support I get from my videos. And, you know, anytime I can chime in, I have time, I'm going to do it, man. You guys are kicking ass, and, you know, just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing a service to the breed and to the fraternity. Thanks for having me on. I'm out, brothers. Take care.
All right, thanks you, big bro.
Big bro, for stopping through.
All right.
Everybody shout out to the professor. Everybody big shout out to the professor. Don't
Yes,
forget to hit
sir.
that rewind and make sure y'all get that stuff over there. You know? Tell them to get that registry hooked up. I'm gonna be like, hey, Schoolboy, you sure can I get the address? I need it.
That's right, you guys. Don't stop there. I only see 3 people. I need more. I got 74 people in this room. I need everybody to show you love. I've
Come
been
on,
letting
y'all, man.
I've been letting
Come
y'all
on,
get away.
man.
Then y'all slide through.
Come on,
Hold
y'all.
on.
Don't take
Let me
nothing
get
but a
on
button.
here.
Uh-oh.
Let me get
My
over
grabbing shit now.
Yeah, let me get
call
on up
him
in
in.
here. Let me get over here and make this on my damn face. Hey, fellas, I know I got 74 people in the room, and I know Schoolboy, he always go back and he always check because I want him to feel appreciated. That is like the man I look up to. He's just one of them other guys. He's internationally known, and he takes his time out to come in and spread his knowledge, man. And when somebody we have in our time that was willing to do that, we're actually supposed to show homage to people like that. As many times, regardless of how many places he go, he is spreading his love around. That is a true dog man trying to pass it forward. And he ain't just no any dog man. He's internationally known, legendary. And anytime he comes through here, I just want y'all to be able to just give back some love. This ain't costing y'all nothing but a little bit of time. And the good thing about y'all spending y'all time here, at any time y'all could have got up and walked away. But being that you stayed, and you stayed this long, why don't y'all just go ahead and give me a couple thumbs up, couple, you know, muscles and a whole lot of roses. We'd be okay with all that. That's all I'm saying. But to all of you guys, for those who want to really think about it, give yourself some damn thumbs up and some muscles and some roses for even showing up on this Tuesday night. Try not to make it so long, but you know how Mo and Schoolboy get together. They just don't know when to quit. I got to give them the cutoff sign and everything. But tonight's show was basically, let's wind this thing back in and talk about how to move forward. You know, things were like they were long before we got in the game, and where we picked that up and the way we ran with it, as y'all see, we didn't do anything no different than what they had already been doing prior to us even doing it. You know, so we just took and did our homework, and we reaped the benefits of it. And I think everybody else should be able to do the same thing moving forward. So before we close out tonight, I just want y'all to know that everything as far as this conversation
Let me make sure I get this right here. I want to make sure I get this right in this conversation tonight. No, this channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participates in any illegal state, local, or federal laws that violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, and educational and entertainment purposes only. So, I put that out there to put this out there. Fellas, live by the disclaimer. Fight for your rights. There's nothing wrong with you doing and enjoying what we love to do. And as long as you love these bulldogs, man, you can love any other dog you want, but you choose these dogs. So, why not fight for your rights to own them? We pull enough of us together and talk about it. We can make this better, regardless of how you do it moving forward. The thing is, you can't do it by yourself. It takes a conglomerate of people to make anything work the way it's supposed to work. So, until Friday, we're going to be just keep doing what we're doing to get through the rest of the week, because I see Mo got his eyes closed already because this thing got late already. I'm sorry I started late today because I had to work late. But, as usual, it's still Tuesday, Talk Shit Tuesday, and we made it. And you know why we always make it? Because we always. Yeah, we always. Hey, that's 2W, baby.
W, baby. Scratch the win.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, man.
Until
See y'all
Friday, man.
Fellas. Hope y'all got some goddamn jewels up out of there, man.
Yeah. Anybody, don't forget.
Pedigrees and see if you can find the formula in your own shit and just see what happens.
For all my viewers and all my people on the back street, don't forget to hit them like buttons. Remember, for the algorithm thing, don't forget to hit the like button and don't forget to hit the subscribe. And for those who don't know this, we have the Cash App running across the bottom there. And we're trying to do a lot more things. And I mean, I don't push super chats and I don't push none of that other stuff. But I see a lot of people throwing up pedigrees and asking a bunch of questions. Hey, go back to normal. It's not like I don't see your questions, but I actually see questions that have $1.09, you know, a super chat or something up there, because that way I'm not caught up in the conversation, but I do take time to read what's going on in the chat. That's the Shark Tank. The Shark Tank generally handles and take care of its own business. So y'all keep doing what y'all doing. I'm gonna keep handing out that hardware. The bigger that tank get, the better off it's gonna be down there, because it's a lot of talent down in that damn tank right there, and I'm proud of it. And so until Friday, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Keep bulldogging. Let me get some music going here, Mo.
Yes, sir. Big shout out to my man Viking Family LG. I see you, fam. My man TCUTA. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam. Do I hear something?
Mm-hmm. No, I hear a ring in my ear.
Mic check.
It's gone now.
That's what I'm talking about, fellas. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Stone Country.
Hmm?
You know, I started out with my opener today, you know, Bulldog.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna get you some music going here. BB Buckshot, appreciate the love, fam. I see you. Yeah. Do this like this.
Y'all know what's up. Enjoy the show, man. See y'all Friday. Let it go. Let it go, man. Just let it go, man. Peace.